Hey, can you hear me okay? Good morning. So this is a stream about the stock market. We talk about other things as well, but it's mostly a stream that watches the stock market, works on stocks, looks at investments, businesses, things like that. Novo Nordisk CEO is gone. Not that surprising given the circumstances. Company reporting disappointing Ozempic sales. Meanwhile, everyone, including myself, thought, the world couldn't get enough Ozempic. Wrong. Completely wrong. Get money. I laugh at Alejandro because it's so funny. Uh, yeah, I don't know what's going on with the QUBT. It's really crazy. What a nightmare. Quantum is the future. Yeah, I mean, Lilly's products are still selling well. I don't think that was a buy. Yeah, Qubit had less revenue than newsletters, most newsletters. And you could drive, somebody calculated that you could drive Uber and do better than Qubit. And the hard data on the uptake of Ozempic, yeah, it's called quarterly revenue. Hard data. Well, it kind of makes you wonder if you can report $39,000 of revenue and the stock can go up. What's gonna make it go down? That's one way to look at it. But listen, fundamentals will matter at some point. We're kind of in a clown market for now, but clown markets don't last forever. I don't know if we'll get a dump in the stock market. I mean, I don't know why you would ask that. How would I know? Yeah, that's kind of what happened with Rieti too, Sender. Obviously we're being facetious about the 39,000. I think it's just, I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's really hard to explain. Yeah, I don't think that's a worthwhile question. Sarepta or you're talking about treasuries? I don't know what treasuries are going to do. That's like asking what the market's going to do. No, nobody knows what the stock market, like it's been proven that nobody's good at determining the future price of the stock market. And nobody talks about Michael Burry other than retail guys who don't know what's going on. A lot, Vlad, a lot. I hope we have you as a client, Vlad. You sound like you work on Wall Street, Vlad. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. That's why we don't go on X or subreddits. We don't care about Nancy Pelosi either. Chris Hone, we might make the exception. Oh, I figured you were a Bloomberg user. Accelerate growth. Don't pollute my chat, because I have to look at the chat to respond to people who have real questions. I didn't give up on Keros. I like it. There's not a lot to focus on. They kind of have 3 drugs. They only own 2 of them. One of them is kind of Takeda property now. It's trading below cash. Takeda drug's probably going to pay off some dividends. One of the drugs is halted for safety problems. And they have one drug for... It's kind of weird that they're doing it in DMD, but... I've looked at Novo 100 times. There's not... I've discussed it 100 times. It's not much to think about. Desmond, I don't see the S&P going up or down. I don't know. Do I know any quant devs? Jesus Christ. Ay, ay, ay. Haven't looked at Eurogen in a while. Never thought it was too interesting. It's a lot of mitomycin, right? Mitomycin. Do you trade penny stocks often? Oh, Lord, have mercy. Lord have mercy. What'd I do? Did I do something wrong in life to deserve this? What did I do? Oh, hey, what's up, man? Alejandro! Bagajandro. Will you read the Nielsen book with me? Bagajandro, we were reading all about Nielsen. Here, you want to check it out? Here, we're up to this part. Can you read with us, Bagajandro? Do you know how to read? Bagajandro. Yeah, maybe for Google. Not for IonQ. Yeah, let's read the book, Bagahantro. You ready? We're up to information theory. I want to teach you what quantum computing is, Bagahantro. And then I'm going to make you humble in front of all the viewers of the stream. I'm going to show you one trick I learned in prison. You're going to like it. You say no Diddy, I say all Diddy. See, normally I don't do crazy stuff, but when my eyes go loco, then I go loco. Are you ready, Bagahantro? You ready for a bedtime story? Okay, Bagahantro. So let's talk about information theory because it's important to quantum computing, okay? At the same time computer science was exploding in the 1940s, another revolution was taking place in our understanding of communication. I don't think he's got an exit plan, Pac-Man, but you typed exit wrong. Make sure when you type in my chat, you type correctly. In 1948, Claude Shannon published a remarkable pair of papers laying the foundation for the modern theory of information and communication. Perhaps the key step taken by Shannon was to mathematically define the concept of information. In many mathematical sciences, there is considerable flexibility in the choice of definitions. Try thinking naively about the following question: how would you mathematically define the notion of an information source? Several different answers to this problem have found widespread use, but Shannon came up with the most fruitful answer, leading to a plethora of deep results and a theory with rich structure that seems to reflect real-world communication problems. Shannon was interested in two questions related to communication of information over a channel. First, what resources are required to send information over a channel? Telephone companies need to know how much information can they reliably transmit over a given telephone cable. Quantum companies do need to know this too. Can information be transmitted in a way that is protected against noise in the communication channel? This is a really interesting question, and there was a paper that came out the other day that showed that there's a limit to how much noise you can remove from quantum communications and quantum data transmission, which means there's probably a fundamental level of, or fundamental limitation to how much error correcting codes can work and how much noise you can remove from quantum, which is not good for quantum. But I think it sort of makes sense. There's a lot of quantum fluctuation, and the whole idea of quantum mechanics and observer effect has spooked a lot of people for a long time. It doesn't make too much sense, and I feel like the ability for quantum computers to work requires really isolated conditions that are not given to errors and not given to success of scaling. Okay, Shannon answered these two questions by proving the fundamental theorems of information theory. The first theorem, I guess, he said Shannon's noiseless channel coding theorem. This quantifies the physical resources required to store the output from an information source. His second fundamental theorem is called the noisy channel coding theorem, which quantifies how much information it is possible to reliably transmit through a noisy communications channel. Again, we're dealing with a lot of noise in quantum. It's kind of one of the most fundamental things. This is why Nielsen is talking about this. To achieve reliable transmission in the presence of noise, Shannon showed that error-correcting codes, this is what started the whole quantum rally, the Google error-correcting code work. Before this, all these stocks were penny stocks. Shannon showed that error-correcting codes could be used to protect the information being sent out. Shannon's noisy channel coding theorem gives an upper limit on the protection afforded by error-correcting codes. Unfortunately, Shannon's theorem does not explicitly give a practically useful set of error-correcting codes. From the time Shannon's papers today, researchers have constructed better classes of error-correcting codes in an attempt to get closer to the limit set by Shannon's theorem. A sophisticated theory of error-correcting codes now exists, offering the user a plethora of choices in their quest to design a good error-correcting code. Such codes are used in a multitude of places like CDs, modems, satellite communication systems. So when you scratch a CD, the music still plays because there's a bunch of error-correcting codes. But scratch it enough and you will not be able to use it. Quantum information theory has followed similar developments. In '95, Ben Schumacher provided an analog to Shannon's noiseless coding theorem, and in the process defined the quantum bit, or qubit, as a tangible physical resource. So 1995, qubit comes out as a term. However, no analog to Shannon's noisy channel, that's noiseless versus noisy, no analog to the noisy channel coding theorem is yet known for quantum information. Nevertheless, in analogy to their classical counterparts, quantum error-correcting codes have been developed, which allows quantum computers to compute effectively in the presence of noise, and also allows communication over noisy quantum channels to take place reliably. Notice this is in theory. At the time of this book, there's barely any quantum computers at all. Okay, classical ideas of error correction have proved to be enormously important. In '96, in developing quantum codes. In '96, two groups, Calderbank and Shor, of course Peter Shor from Shor's algorithm, and Andrew Steen, another important name, discovered an important class of quantum codes now known as CSS codes, after their initials. This work has since, so C is Calderbank and S is Shor and S is Steen, CSS codes. This work has been subsumed by the stabilizer codes, which are discovered by these other guys, including Shor. By building upon the basic ideas of classical linear coding theory, these discoveries greatly facilitated a rapid understanding of quantum error-correcting codes and their applications to quantum computing and quantum information. The theory of quantum error-correcting codes was developed to protect quantum states against noise. Like the biggest part of this game. The whole industry focused on this. What about transmitting ordinary classical information using a quantum channel? How efficiently can this be done? A few surprises have been discovered. In '92, Bennett and Weisner explained how to transmit 2 classical bits of information while only transmitting 1 quantum qubit from sender to receiver, a result known as superdense coding. Even more interesting are the results in distributed quantum communication. Imagine you have 2 computers networked trying to solve a particular problem. How much communication is required to solve that problem? Recently, it's been shown that quantum computers can require exponentially less communication to solve certain problems than would be required if the networked computers were classical. Unfortunately, there's no practical setting due to technical restrictions. A major challenge for the future of quantum computing is to find problems of real-world importance. This is like the critical thing here. This is basically the whole bare thesis in one shot here. And I've talked to a lot of institutions and things like that. A major challenge for the future of quantum computing is to find problems of real-world importance. That's the key. Real-world importance. That people will pay for, in other words. Real-world importance for which quantum computation offers a substantial advantage over distributed classical computation. That's the key question. Mike and Ike is the standard book in quantum computing. There's no newer book that people use, even though there are newer books that have been published. They're not used or taught with. Physics definitely hasn't changed. Although, look, there have been important findings in quantum computing since then. But yeah, you's a physicist or a computer scientist, or both. Alejandro, this is the book. Trust me, man. This is the book. It's called Mike and Ike. It's a legendary book. There's a nice book by a quantum computing expert that my girlfriend's close with, named Scott Aronson. I believe Scott's one of the smartest people in the world. I've said this a few times. In my Forbes list, he's as rich as NVIDIA's CEO or something like this. And his blog's called Shtetl Optimized. ScottAaronson.blog. Landau. And this is the book, Quantum Computing Since Democritus. I highly suggest you get it. And Scott, is a theorist. He's not a practitioner. He doesn't make quantum computers. But he wrote this book in 2013, and he recommended Mike and Ike for the basics of quantum computing. You don't want to read his book for the basics of quantum computing, but it's a wonderful book that I highly recommend. So what are these problems of real-world importance? Yeah, none of this is light reading at all. I'm surprised we've gotten to page 9 without dying. But page like 11 or 12 will one-shot us. A major challenge. Yeah, it's a great cover. Yeah, but there's a famous saying, Stockfish, about Asimov and magic, by Asimov about magic. Technology, is indistinguishable from magic. So I believe in quantum computing to some extent, but Scott is the same way. But, we got to be intelligent in how we think about it. Scott's also very bearish on D-Wave, by the way. Let's check the simulation, please. All right. Let's return to information theory proper. But yeah, the big question is, are there any problems of real-world importance that we need a quantum computer for? And my challenge to that question is, I don't think so. This fucking guy. I think the problem with baggies is they know not what they do, if that makes sense. So here, this is from an MIT professor. So the question is, how do you learn quantum computing? First, learn quantum mechanics. First, learn linear algebra and probability, and learn computing. But here's a list of more resources to learn quantum computing. The canonical, meaning canon, the canonical reference for learning quantum computing is the textbook Quantum Computation and Quantum Information by Nielsen and Chung. Canonical. They still teach this with this book. He also mentions this book, which is from 2002. Poor Vagajandro. No, Carl Sagan was a pop scientist. He wasn't a real scientist. Stop the bullshit. Carl Sagan was a poet. This isn't your chemistry textbook. But maybe you can email this guy. Here, Bagajandro, why don't you email this guy and tell him his website's wrong and that this isn't the best book for quantum computing. Or please, let's email him. Let's get a better answer. Here, this is this guy. Professor Harrow. Let him know, man. He only teaches quantum computing at MIT. Maybe you could teach him what's going on, Bagajandro. Here, there's his phone number. Here, call him up. Bagajandro. You think Mike and Ike is outdated? Mike and Ike's not outdated. By the way, I have other books too. Carl Sagan was a joke. I hate to say it. He was a good writer. Why now is the right time to study quantum computing? Here, he wrote this thing. But you could teach us how to study quantum computing instead. Please do. Fucking Bagajandro is so useless. Quantum. Aram Harrow works on the theory of quantum computing. He recommends this book. Look, there's nothing wrong with pop scientists. Neil deGrasse Tyson is another one, but the claim that they're the vanguard of science is incorrect. They're not even close. These guys are communicators. They're not. All right, let's keep reading. Let's return to the information theory paper. The study of information theory begins with the properties of a channel. In applications, we often do not deal with a single channel, but rather with networks of many channels. The subject of networked information theory deals with information-carrying properties of such networks and is a rich and intricate subject. And by contrast, the study of networked quantum information is in its infancy. Even for very, very basic questions, we know little about the information-carrying capability of quantum channels. Oh, I should also mention that the industrial field of quantum computing has had almost no progress since this book was published. My point in Shorting Quantum is very much that there are no practical or industrial applications. There's no actual problem that needs quantum computing. Several rather striking results have been found, but no unifying theory of networked information exists for quantum channels. One example of a network quantum information theory should suffice to convince you of the value that a good theory would have. Okay, this is an important concept. I think most people know this, but maybe Bagajandro doesn't. But this is bullish for you, Bagajandro. This is one of the things that got me interested in this field. Imagine that we are attempting to send quantum information from Alice to Bob through a noisy channel, a quantum channel. If that channel has zero capacity for quantum information, then it's impossible to reliably send any information from Alice to Bob. Instead, imagine that we consider two copies of the channel operating in synchrony. Intuitively, it is clear and can be rigorously justified that such a channel also has zero capacity to send quantum information. However, if we reverse the direction of one of the channels, it turns out that sometimes we can obtain a non-zero capacity for the transmission of information to Alice and Bob. Counterintuitive properties like this illustrate the strange nature of quantum information. Better understanding these networks is a major open problem for quantum computation and information. Let's switch fields one last time. So we've done three different fields. This is the fourth. Moving to the venerable old art and science of cryptography. Cryptography is the problem of doing communication or computation involving two or more parties who may not trust each other. The best known cryptographic problem is the transmission of secret messages. Before we get there, I want to show you this thing. If you have two very noisy channels with zero capacity running side by side, the combined channel is zero capacity. But if we reverse one of the directions, we still have zero capacity. But in QM, reversing actually allows us to send information. Okay, secret messages. Suppose two parties want to communicate in secret. You may want to give your credit card number to a merchant, but you don't want a third party like me intercepting your credit card number. This way, the way we do this is a cryptographic protocol, and most the biggest difference or systems that we're going to look at are private key and public key systems. Well, private key requires you share a key previously, which only the two parties know. The point is that the key is used by Alice to encrypt the information she wants to send to Bob, and then Bob now recovers the initial information, but the information is dependent on the private key, so Bob needs to know the private key. Unfortunately, this is not a great system. The most basic problem is how do you give the key to somebody? Key distribution problem is just as difficult as the original problem of communicating in private. A third party may get the key. So one of the earliest discoveries in quantum, and this is very bullish as well and very important, was quantum mechanics can be used to do key distribution in such a way that Alice and Bob's security cannot be compromised. So I think most people know this, but I'm going to continue here. This procedure is known as quantum cryptography or quantum key distribution. You might see the abbreviations QKD. The basic idea is to exploit quantum mechanical principle that observation in general disturbs the system being observed. This is a key idea in quantum mechanics and kind of makes quantum computing impossible, according to some people. So if there's an eavesdropper listening in as Alice and Bob transmit their key, the presence of the eavesdropper will be visible as a disturbance of the communications channel. So this is the key idea of quantum communication, that you can get a provably secure line. And of course, this is somewhat interesting to governments. And this is, one of the most fundamental principles. So Alice and Bob can throw away those bits while the eavesdropper was listening and start over. The first quantum cryptographic ideas were proposed by Stephen Weisner in the late 1960s, but were not accepted for publication. This is an old field. In 84, Bennett and Brassard, this is the BB84. So this is called BB84. We looked at this. Do you guys remember us looking at this? This is when we were looking at IonQ's stuff. So since 1984, BB84 has been out. So they built on Weisner's work, and they proposed a protocol using QM to distribute keys without the possibility of any compromise. This has been used for decades, and it's not a big field. So IonQ kind of bought the leader in the field. They won't tell us how much revenue that company had. So they're buying the company to make up for the revenue that they don't have from their normal business. And they're hoping that that business, which isn't growing and which is old and shitty, is going to help them. We don't talk about Michael Burry or Nancy Pelosi here. This isn't a channel for idiots. There's plenty of other channels you can go to. Go check that out. All right. The second major, this is the key part, is the public key cryptosystem. Public key cryptosystems don't rely on sharing the key in advance. Instead, they publish a public key. So you use the public key to encrypt a message, but a third party cannot use the key to decrypt. This is basic RSA, ECC, etc. Strictly speaking, we shouldn't say cannot, because the encryption transformation is chosen in a way that it's extremely difficult but not impossible to invert, given the knowledge of the public key. The secret key, the private key, enables him to easily perform the decryption, but it's not known to anybody else. So you can be confident that even though the encrypted message is public and the public key is public, you cannot decrypt the message. Nobody has that kind of computational power. It would take you millennia or billions of years even to decrypt some of these messages. We talk about this sometimes in my Discord. There's a guy that claims the NSA can decrypt RSA 2048, which I strenuously disagree with. Okay, so public key cryptography did not achieve widespread use until the very, very famous Whitfield Diffie and Martin Hellman and Ralph Merkle created the Merkle tree, revolutionized the field of cryptography. And then Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman developed RSA cryptosystem. This was one of the most important advances in all of humanity, I would argue. Rivest is an MIT professor, still teaches cryptography course. And he's, of course, he's the R in CRPS, or is it CRPS? The famous algorithms book. Yeah, I agree with Ivalo. Oh my God, we've been talking about quantum so much we didn't even look at the stock market. Christ. QUBT up 20%? What the F? NVIDIA, oh my God, this is crazy. So NVIDIA's traded 17 million shares. That's number one. But look at number two. QUBT, Quantum Computing Inc., up 23%. What the? 10 million shares. Why? Who cares about this company? Archer Aviation is number three. Apple and Tesla are 4 and 5, normal companies. But we are living in a bubble world here. Plug Power is a penny stock, so it doesn't really count. Rigetti, D-Wave, 3 quantums in the top 10. How crazy is this? Unbelievable. Supermicro, Alphabet, Amazon, Bank of America, Palantir, AMD, all trading quite a lot today, but quantum is the major story here. Bank of America down 50 basis points as Buffett has sold some, evidently. AMD up 2%. UNH down 20 basis points. Had a bit of a recovery yesterday, but still not a stock that I trust. Pfizer flat, Intel flat, AMD, AT&T flat. Novo Nordisk firing their CEO, the Ozempic maker, in a bit of a slow period, changing out the leader there. Alphabet up 3%. Microsoft down 70 basis points. Cisco down 1%. And that's really it on the most traded. Gainers, of course, we have QUBT, which reported a stunning $39,000 of revenue. There are Uber drivers who had a better Q1 than Quantum Computing Inc. Think about that. Regencell, a manipulated Chinese stock with a low float, is also up. Rigetti up 8%, which is also a company that had a down 50% quarter year over year, which is not growth, in case anybody's wondering. That is shrinking, not growth. Growth is when things go up. But we're living in this strange world right now. Acadia is up 7%. We should check that out. There's D-Wave up 7%. Stunning insanity in the markets today. IonQ up 5%. That's Bagahandro's favorite. Constantly underperforming the rest of the quantum stocks, but no matter. Losers. Globant. Travere. This is the company I started. Now at a 1.5 billion market cap after the FDA announces they want to talk things over at the AdCom. Haleon down 13%. Toyota down 13%. Is that right? Is Toyota down? No. Okay. Whew. Honda's down. Toyota is not down 13%. That was a misfire. Mesoblast down 5%. There's Novo down 4%. Iovance down 4%. Not too many losers today. By value, let's take a look here. Top 10 is normal companies. NVIDIA, Tesla, Meta, Apple, UNH, Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, Alphabet again, of course, Palantir, Netflix, AMD, Broadcom, Coinbase, AMAT, Lilly, Supermicrostrategy, Berkshire, Alibaba, Charter, Costco, Adobe, Novo, and JP Morgan. Thank God no quantum. Because, obviously the value traded is the amount of cash traded in a stock shares traded, which is known as just volume, that's kind of a different metric because stock prices are vary greatly in price. So AMAT down 5%. That's unusual and concerning. Let's see what's going on there. They reported. Okay. So negative reaction there to AMAT's quarter. Not good for NVIDIA, I would think, or TSM, the whole ecosystem. But, you know, maybe what's wrong with AMAT is not what's wrong with everyone else. But that would be normally a deep cause for concern, but the market not concerned at all. So we'll see. Coinbase didn't exactly get hacked, but regardless, I'm sure we'll see quantum fade here today. But the market's flat. Market is flat. Really struggling on this quantum trade. But we will... You have to have more than $25,000 or something like that, Shubham. I forgot what it is, 30,000. So as long as you have more than 25 or 30K, you don't have to. Pattern day trading doesn't apply to you after that amount. Yeah, QUBT may be the best short now. It's very close between D-Wave and QUBT. Well, QUBT basically isn't a business, right? As of today, I would agree it's the best short in the market. I mean, $39,000 business is not worth. How much would you pay for a company that loses money, has $39,000 of revenue? It's a rough, pretty rough. What's the value of that? Maybe not even $1 million. Yeah. You'd have to pay 1.5 billion for this because it has the word quantum in it. Pretty wild. Yeah, it makes me wonder if I should make Godel quantum business information. Take it public, get a big stock price, raise as much money as I can, make everyone a bag holder. Just do ATM after ATM like D-Wave, Quodel. And then do what IonQ did, which is buy real companies. I do a better job than them because they're buying kind of bad companies, but buy real companies with the shares I printed. That's the game plan for IonQ, at least. The shareholders are none the wiser. Anthony, I mean, look, Bronte still is in business and still is doing well. He's actually got one of the best track records out there. I've had both a frenemy situation with him, an enemy situation with him, and a bromance situation with him. So he's a weird guy. You got to check over your sentences, Lucia, before you type in, because I don't know what that means. You will need to delete the VOD. No, Josh, I don't think so. Yeah, the warrant accounting may be confusing some bag holders, but do you want to live in a world where warrant accounting confuses stockholders? I would say yes. I would like that because I would make free money. But careful what you wish for. You get enough irrationality in the market, you may be the one getting carried out. No, CoreWeave is a huge GPU company. You know, they're basically NVIDIA's biggest customer. You know, I prefer if they had quite a bit less debt, but that's another story. John, we use Godel over here. Yahoo Finance is not ideal it doesn't have detailed quarterly estimates like Godel. Take a look at this. These are the Amgen quarterly estimates. This is from FactSet. It's a lot better than Yahoo. Yeah, Pfizer needs to get rid of their CEO. So yeah, it's much faster, no ads, easier to use. Yeah, Kalen, there's definitely some post-scarcity bubble. Scraped, my man, we pay FactSet. Scraped. No, we can tell Stockfish because we can tell. What drives the estimates? I'm trying to figure out what that means. Wall Street puts out the estimates. No, Lenny, we are going to make some. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of 13Fs, but I know a lot of people like to look at them. So we're going to make something called portfolio search. So you can search your favorite 13Fs and view them in a interesting way. I do look at holders lists occasionally, um, but I do want to provide you with every tool possible. So it's close. It's getting there. We're gonna. Yeah, so published earnings estimates are different from anything else. So these are what form the consensus estimates. So an analyst sort of submits and publishes that's that's an important concept because that's kind of what Wall Street looks at as the consensus. For example, there is an expectation uh, that QUBT would do 100K in revenue, and they missed that. They did 30K, so they missed Wall Street estimates. Short interest is just SI, so of course we have short interest. It's just the ticker SI or the command SI. You can see the short interest for QUBT has been rising dramatically. Same thing with IonQ. Most of Wall Street is betting against IonQ, but $1 billion are short IonQ. So there you have it. Yeah, we're going to adjust that, Blood. It's early days for Godel still. Yeah, guidance is a good idea. I think that's a really good idea, Common. It's not a bad idea, Lodov, but the problem is you don't know me. I don't capitulate. I don't fear a short squeeze regardless. You're supposed to fade the crowd, but not always. I don't think Merck's replacing Keytruda anytime soon. It's going to be a rough one. But what are they going to do? I mean, they shouldn't over lever just to keep earnings smooth. That doesn't make sense either, right? Shorts are bag holders too sometimes. Absolutely. Look at the Tesla shorts. I think Herbalife was a. I think Herbalife was, to me, a true short back holder is somebody who shorts a stock and it becomes like a huge, great company. Because that's really the opposite of being long a stock and it becomes a zero or penny stock. Yeah, of course, Paul. That's the issue. Andreas, yeah, they don't really have a business. I mean, this isn't a company. These guys did beverages 2 years ago, right? And they just decided to change their name to quantum computing. No, I think that Ackman's pretty good. Okay, we'll fix that, Anthony. Yeah, that must be annoying. So let's look at AMAT. I'd read more quantum computing stocks, but or books, but yeah, Timo could be a great short, Jeff. Yeah, I like that idea a lot, but I think the market's probably, you got to think the market is onto that, right? I mean, sure, Nathaniel. I'm working on a bunch of updates. You'll see some stuff soon. Oh my God, this short squeeze. Ooh, or whatever this is, this long squeeze. So painful. When it ends, it'll be ugly. It'll ruin shorts and longs. Nobody will be left standing. Yeah, the question is some of these universities have the money to see it through, right? So it's like, okay, is Harvard gonna cut back? Maybe. I haven't been waiting for 6 months, Mustafa. Mustafa, you're starting to piss me off, buddy. When you talk to me, you talk to me with respect. This is your first rodeo, it ain't mine. Been around, seen a lot of faces, been a lot of places, all right? This is nothing compared to the dot-com bubble. You should have been there. Dot-com bubble was wild. This is tame compared to the dot-com bubble. I was short the dot-com bubble. That Sagan was more of a poet than a scientist. Yeah, it's a baby bubble. We've had other baby bubbles, like weed stocks were a baby bubble, 3D printing. There were a couple of baby bubbles, but the dot-com bubble took the whole stock market with it. Every stock was overvalued. Every stock. The market went down 20% 3 years in a row, bro. Oh, that was the shit for a short seller. That washed everyone out. Yeah, I've traded FX and commodities. That killed everybody. The only people left were like only the smartest investors. But that's why, like, if you are running a hedge fund, this is an impossible environment because the market's not being rational. You are measured on monthly performance. So what do you do? What do you do? You're being paid millions to pick stocks. Do you sit there and say, I can't pick any stocks? There's nothing making sense. Can't really do that, can you? So I have a friend who's down 20% this year. He's got a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund. You just go with the trend against everything you believe. You just say, when in Rome. Yeah, it forces this extremely long short-term outlook where you can't really do anything. It's a, look, I don't envy it, anybody running a hedge fund. Fucking Mustafa with his fucking absurd takes. I think it's just it's a question of mismatch. If your investors expect monthly results, then you have to give them good monthly results. If you tell them, judge me by my annual results, I'm going to have a lot of volatility month to month, then you should just tell them that. Yeah, maybe Reef, I don't know. That could be it. We don't always know. Monthly results require either a very diversified portfolio, or you have to accept some variability of results. There's only a few funds ever that have had that like clockwork result, Millennium being one of them. And nobody would invest with you, Money Master. Please don't ask me questions like that again. Even Renaissance has had bad periods. Renaissance had a couple very bad months. Renaissance almost blew up like twice. So Renaissance is a quant fund. It's mostly market making. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to buy bubble stocks just because they're going up. You know, I'm not going to compromise my strategy because I see some dumb thing going up. Buffett didn't do it in 99 and 2000. People begged him to invest in all kinds of bubble shit. He refused. Buffett has shorted. Nothing wrong with shorting. This Mustafa dude, I think you got to find a new channel, buddy. You know, I don't mind well thought out comments, but you just giving me verbal diarrhea. Hedge fund managers don't really get paid if they're down. So that's kind of the good part about that system. FGens, if you don't understand what I'm doing, you probably don't belong here. This is just basic Wall Street work. They still do get the fee, but that is true. I have a lot of favorite numbers, but that's more of a math question. So when we do a little math, we can talk about that. The management fee varies greatly. Not too many guys are getting 2%. Yeah, if you're a PM, you're probably getting fired, right? Management fee is all over the place. Everybody has a different fee and a fee philosophy. Some guys don't even have a fee, they pass through every expense. It's wild. Okay, so what did AMAT say? Revenue is up 7%. Okay, he said, despite dynamic, that's a euphemism, dynamic economic and trade environment, despite the dynamic economic and trade environment, we have not seen significant changes to customer demand and are well equipped to navigate evolving conditions with our robust global supply chain and diversified manufacturing footprint. They said next quarter will be 7.2 billion plus minus 500. Street's at 7.1. So yeah, I don't know why AMAT's down. I don't know if the world expected more or not. What's up, Humphrey? Yeah, I'm a Kanye guy. Great, Ray. Love to hear it. Yeah, Sarepta is a good long. I don't know too much about Sui. I know some people like it. No hedge on D-Wave. It's going to $1. It's just a scam company. New bag holders being made every day. Yes, we'll see, Mac. We'll see. And it could go to 20 before it goes to 1. That does happen. I haven't looked at Crystal lately. I don't know how to feel about CoreWeave. Wealth management is just brokerage. I don't think I'd ever short Palantir. I do think there's probably a price where I would, but it's probably like 500 or something. I like Palantir. Yeah, I have to log in. Hold on one sec, Mike. Can't imagine it's pretty. But that's why I played the Chris Hone video yesterday. This guy is not looking at P&L, right? That's why he's worth 7 billion. He doesn't worry about trivial things like where's the stock market going or something like that. I still like Dawn. Yeah, Dawn's trading your cash. I'm not a big Nebius fan. It's kind of like a Me Too CoreWeave. You can easily not fixate on P&L. Just minimize it. Don't look at it. Don't pay attention to it. Focus on what you're worried about. Did you watch the video yesterday with us, Mag? Yeah. It's worth watching the video. Yeah, I'll find it. Hold on. By the way, I mean, multiple different styles can work in different markets, and oftentimes the style that works for one market doesn't work for another.
I'm Nicolai Tangen, and today we are joined by one of the best investors of all time, actually. So Chris Hone. Not only is his fund TCI one of
products in it, your applications, word processing, Excel. That is a bank.
No, we are not the bank. What kind of valuation metrics do you?
You don't understand everything, and usually the things you find out are bad at a good rate. You will undervalue it if you look at it to a high degree of accuracy. You can just say, which is why you can, and the longer you look out, the harder it is. So, we rarely short, but we were short Wirecard.
Yeah, I know.
Of shareholders. And said, we have to cut the price in half and pay in cash. Because if you can price 1% above inflation in effect, and high returns, weak competition. Later business will give you a bond-like list of companies we high quality and investable. Editor enters, they can add it to the bundle. It isn't all search, but search is more that the barriers are so strong. It will be you don't understand everything. And usually the things you find out, current portfolio is 8 years.
8 years.
Yeah, 8 years. That is 8 years. Our average holding period of our current portfolio is 8 years.
8 years.
Yeah, 8 years. I'm not saying that's the limit. It's just we've on average, some we've held for 13 years. Some new investments like GE Aerospace, 2 years. But the average weighted out would be 20.
Yeah, no,
So,
compensation. Hey, I mean, and it's just like they do nothing. They just
we
sit there and own for 8 years.
really, if you are in the private equity world, that's normal. Yep. Or longer, 12 years, yep, as you know.
Which founder, Mike?
And so
There's a couple of founders at Jane Street.
and so we it's an overused expression for some, or misused. We take a private equity approach, maybe at very so I really think you need to have that a long-term valuations, DCF. The most important things, but here's the thing: is the longer you can look out, if you've got we own Moody's. Yes, new growth over 100 years, long usual number over myself. Yeah, and even bought shares. Warren Buffett was 15%. I doubled dollars, kept compound 500 value.
Absolutely.
And the growth because goes when he was what you're doing.
So really good nugget here is that if you buy something which is really good, it doesn't quite matter what you pay for it because it will grow.
Secondary over a long, let's just say it like this, the multiple to a point, whether you...
I think one of the reasons you want to avoid something like technical analysis is people like this won't take you seriously. They won't even talk to you for 30 seconds.
Buy it at... If it's growing, it's all maths. Yep, you've got to look at the growth rate, the terminal multiple, all the multiple. You will and if you're willing to hold it for a long...
I heard you say that there are more good companies in the public market than in the private market.
That are the ones that aren't as good. People...
So even if you don't prove yourself to be the best trader in the world, at least you can get a job.
Are you sure? I mean, what do you base? What do you?
I'll say a couple of things.
Not that I doubt that you say, but
let's dig into it. I know it upsets people who are private equity. I happen to think that large companies, they have more money to compete.
Yeah.
And and switching costs. We think it's a small company that invents something new. We talked about Zoom. It can be crushed by a large company reasonably easily. They can copy. And large companies are usually...
Yeah, no, that's right, Mag. But I'm just talking about all of Wall Street, not just working for Chris Hohn, which is not easy.
Too big for private equity. Private equity is too big for them. Yep. And if a public company is selling, and I'd say is prone to where they are incentivized to gather markets, I believe are better than the top 100 companies.
A company.
When it's a view of interest, and including there are two components to it, if you like: intrinsic value. Yep. So the price still has to be at or below intrinsic value. But there's a second point, which isn't...
You lose faith in them.
Yeah. Mm. And what does that mean? You could call it confidence. What does that word mean? Because
I think you de-wave the whole space.
And you can be wrong. Okay. And so
I think if, let's say you have some percentage of your portfolio you want to allocate to shorting quantum, I'd say I'd be... whatever that maximum amount is, I'd be sort of like 75 to 90% of that maximum. You got to leave still a little bit more room, but this should be pretty close to the last gasp. We'll see. Again, you got to be prepared for anything in the stock market.
One of my first investments when I worked in New York, Bain Capital bought Control, €1 billion valuation, and then went to zero. It was a Yellow Pages company. When I first invested, the internet didn't exist. And so your risk of being wrong are higher. Technology is one of those areas.
Absolutely.
But if I own an airport, yep, that is, or a toll road, let's take that we own, I'm less likely to be wrong than if I own a retailer. Yeah, my chances of being wrong are less because I have physical asset backing, substitution risk. So the thesis is much more obvious. Yeah, because
yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt. Trying to find this for ASW, but ASW, the problem with technical analysis is that people think there's no a priori reason to believe that it has any movement in markets. So I'll give you an example. I'm going to list 10 or 20 stocks here. Okay, I can actually pick here's 10 random numbers, and I can basically say, well, Amazon is my long because, you know, this told me that Amazon's my long. And the problem is that, well, no, I don't think it's disrespectful, Greek name, Bayesian, Bukatok, or whatever. I think that it's a common misconception. Part of this channel is to help people avoid pitfalls. Amazon is my number one stock because of my algorithm, let's say. Well, the problem is if you put this algorithm, which is just a random number algorithm, which TA is basically as well. Well, there's 10 stocks here, and 10 people employing this algorithm, someone's going to be right. And someone's going to say, well, my algorithm's working. Yours isn't. You're losing money. But of course, nobody has a perfect algorithm or heuristics or anything. So if you say, well, I'm up, you know, etc. Well, there's monkey throwing darts, astrology, rolling dice. I mean, you could use the name of the company as a seed to try to divine the future. It's people have tried everything, but you have to do p-value, statistics, etc., before you can determine whether or not, you know, there is a causality and repeatability. So think what quants do is very different. So quants are not using technical analysis. I'll give you a few examples. So one of the major quant strategies, and again, statistical significance is really important. He has only a cat to ask. What are you talking about? Do you want to hear what I have to say, or do I have to stop and address every single person? Bless you. So anyway, getting back to the point. So, you know, here's a quant strategy, market making. No, I'm asking you what you meant when you said he has only a cat to ask. I really wanted to know what that meant. Ah, okay. Got it. All right. So market making is a mean reversion strategy. It's a short-term strategy. It doesn't really work with technicals. It's an idea of a trade-off of liquidity versus price. The person pressing the market is trading off liquidity for price. You're trading off your liquidity for a better price. And that's why there's a systematic return to market making. Well, banks do market making with their so-called natural flow. So natural flow is customers. What's evolved in market making and why the quantitative market makers have taken a lot of market share, not all of it, but quite a lot of it, is such that they are doing market making without any natural flow. So when Point72 goes to Morgan Stanley and says, I want to buy 1 million shares of the stock, yes, Morgan Stanley is going to price them on market. But Jane Street's not doing any of that. They don't have any natural flow. They're just trading. So anyway, so this is a strategy that's not really technically based. It's kind of more arbitrary. So there, yeah, Milan, of course, you know, any strategy that can show a p-value. So basically the point of any systematic strategy is a really simple point, which is prove it. Right? You know, codify it and prove it, which is what quants do all day, right? That is a basic 101. No, I follow because you're trying to be beta neutral. So if you can't prove it, whether it's back testing or forward testing, then, you know, it's not worth anything. So when quants try to find a strategy, generally they're trying to see, number one, an empirical reason, or I'm sorry, number one, they're trying to find a logical reason why the algo should work. And this is an important idea because algorithms shouldn't work for no reason, right? If you just find an algorithm in the sea of data that works, it's probably something called a spurious correlation, or a back fit, or a curve fit, or something that's just not going to repeat itself. So there's a lot of, you could set any machine to do this, and it's not going to repeat itself. This is a very classic problem in backtesting. And there's a lot of reasons as to why, but they're basic reasons. So the logical reason, no, 400 samples over 3 years does not count. I would never use that one. Because you're talking, you know, depending on your holding rate and stuff like that, you're talking about 400 samples chosen out of 100 million events. So that's just cherry picking. Anybody can find a signal like that. And if it's only for one specific stock, that doesn't make any sense either. Whatever would work for one stock should work for every other stock. So that's an example of kind of like a bad algorithm. If you have a system, it's not hard to reduce it to, yeah, that's just not enough sample. If you have a system, it's not hard to reduce it to words, right? Like it should be, you should be able to take your system and write down, what is it that I do? When I see this, I do that. When I do this, I do that. And you just write it down and turn it into code. If you've been successful so far, you can afford to do this, right? It's not hard to do. And then go see if your system actually would make money if you employed it across the whole stock market all the time. And you'll probably find out that it doesn't, and that it's something else that's making you money. It's maybe your judgment, you know, could be something that you can't put a finger on. It's a talent, you know, many times it's a talent. But it's likely not to be, you know, this system you have. Just give me a moment. I gotta take care of a couple things here. Nothing's impossible in the market. So again, this goes back to like some of the cassava stuff we were talking about with multiple errors or multiple comparisons, corrections. You cannot take multiple cuts of a data set and assign a p-value after the fact, because otherwise we can move the goalposts that suit us, right? The goalpost that matters is the one that we set before we look at the data. AI does teach a lot of these concepts. Overfitting is the major sin in AI. Oh boy, you guys can hear me. Yeah, I think you can hear me. Overfitting is the major sin in AI. So, we see that in the stock market too. But yeah, look, in 2000, Soros and Julian Robertson both kind of quit the stock market because it was too crazy. I have an old interview. In fact, I think I have it in Godel. I put it purposefully in Godel. Let me think here. Yeah, I think it's in here. You have to go back, way back, but let me see if it's in here. There it is. It's called The Tiger in Winter. And it's here in Godel. It was early in 2000, and for more than a year, Julian Robertson had refused to waver in his conviction that the delirious run-up in internet, telecom, and technology stocks had no basis in reality and was doomed to collapse. And he issued warning after dire warning. But amid the tech stock surge, his old-fangled Tiger Management hedge funds had declined about 40% since the end of 1997. And total assets had shrunk 70% since late the following year. Rumors were rampant that he was liquidating positions. So on March 30, 2000, the person who many would argue was the greatest investor of his generation closed his $6.5 billion in hedge funds and returned his money to remaining investors. Of course, Robertson, like the similarly ignored Cassandra, was dead right. As it happened, he shuttered his funds merely a matter of weeks after the NASDAQ peaked. It would turn out to be the greatest stock market bubble of the 20th century. The NASDAQ plummeted 71% since that peak. So, we've had retail investors pile into the market. We've had index funds. It's definitely nuts. I think you have to have a little bit of both columns, right? You have to stay liquid, that's for sure. Stop losses can be your friend in markets like this. Help you avoid losing money. And my algo has a thing called cool down. So I think, if you're in a trade and the trade's going out against you, you get out of the trade and force yourself to wait a few days and see how you feel. I think I'm down 25% now. Yes, sir. Yeah, WT81. That's the point. Is that this isn't the first bubble like this. But we only call it bubbles because we get the irrationality and we get it in both directions. The longs get high on the bubble. They think it'll never end. The music will never stop. The party will continue to forever. The shorts get the pain, and there tends to be a max pain phenomenon where the longs don't sell at the top. If anything, they buy more somehow. The shorts tend to capitulate at the top, which they think is not the top because they think is just going to keep going up, but they have to capitulate at some point because they get frustrated. And so they throw in the towel before maybe they're insolvent, or maybe they're forced to throw in the towel because they become insolvent. But either way, the longs celebrate that and think it's more fuel for success. But eventually there's a top, and eventually the stocks all crash because there's no business. So that's kind of where we're at. And the question is, where on that curve are we? Yeah, it's funny. I have a knack for understanding science, and especially very technical scientific investments. So quantum is perfect for me. Um, like, I don't get scared at something complicated like that, or gene therapy or whatever. I can dig it, and that gives me a little bit of an edge in that market. But when irrationality wants to visit these markets, I'm happy because the mispricings are there. But you also have to be strong enough to um, hold it and not get shaken out. All right, let's look at this clean spark. CLSK, is that this? Bitcoin mining? Yikes. Well, Matans, I mean, people are giving me shit for being down 25, so responsible is in the eye of the beholder. And yes, the question of, like, imagine having a bunch of investors. Your investors sit there and say, they start questioning. They say, maybe this guy's not so great. Maybe he's not that good. Jim was one of the best to ever do it. I don't know if the best. There's a lot of people that are similar to Simons. I'm not a big UNH fan. We may get the Capricorn and Immune trades soon, so that's hopefully going to be good. Okay. Yeah, bag 7 rally. Yeah, of course we saw the Novo news. Yeah, sometimes you can feel it in your stomach. Anyway. Yeah, I don't think you should look at UNH. I don't think it's going to help you. No, there was nothing in the QUBT earnings that was relevant at all. But now you guys know how I felt about D-Wave when D-Wave did the same thing. It's just madness. Oh, really? There's a subreddit? Let's go, AO. The algorithms get turned on right around now. NASA contract? What NASA contract? They got $39,000, buddy. There's no NASA contract. Yeah, Millen, totally. It's absurd new market. Staying in cash would have been very smart. Let me BRB and get some water. Don't go anywhere. We got more carnage coming up. Okay, we're back. Thanks for being here. Forward testing is just, my mom wants me to not drink this anymore, only drink Poland Spring because this has microplastics. The rumor is that the NASA subcontractor, it's a subcontractor, hired QCI to do like a very simple programming job that didn't have anything to do with quantum. And they didn't hire them again. QCI is Quantum Computing Inc., which is QUBT. Looking at Gilead here. Sometimes, you know, the best thing to do in markets like this is focus on real companies. Don't worry about the crazy companies, although I can't help it. It might be better for you. John Paulson? Still a gold bull? Yeah, he's he was a little early on that trade, but it is working. I'm back, bitches. I don't think the algorithms are that stupid trade. Because you could just look at cash flow. Don't trade ETFs, please. Sarepta's just a cheap drug company. They're sort of botching their launch of their latest medicine, but the market's probably over-focused on that. Thanks, Alex. Scamahondro. Bro, IonQ is a scam. I can't believe you can't see it. You're just married to one position. The IonQ acquisitions should be your hint that there's something wrong here. Something wrong. Don't worry about Burry. Milo's a friend. Alejandro, gotta call in, buddy. You gotta call in. We need you. My wifey is concerned that I talk about this Alejandro so much. She's wondering who is this Alejandro? How come I can't meet him? Where is he? Is he real? What are you hiding from me, Martin? I'm sitting there hanging out with her, having the time of my life, supposed to be having the time of my life, but I'm sitting there, fists clenched. Fucking Alejandro. She says, what's wrong? Is he somebody from prison that you met? No. Then who is he? Don't worry about it. Why don't you open up to me? I can't. Can't talk to you about it. Can't talk to anybody about it. It's funny, like, part of the weird parasocial relationship with baggies, there was this one stock, I wonder if you can still find my old messages. This is a long time ago. This company is called Cytori Therapeutics, okay? So I was short this stock. It's a long time ago. And let's see if I can find the stock. So this was around here, 2010. Reverse split, okay? I was short at $900,000. $900,000, okay? Now it's at 44 cents. Why don't you do the math? This is more fidelity than IonQ's Gates. 44 cents. What was that top? It looks like it topped at one. I wasn't short back here, but it was at 1,875,000. So this stock was down. This reminds me of IonQ, Vagajandro, so you should watch this. The stock is down 99.99995%. Okay. And so I used to go on the message boards because I want to know who was long the stock. And there's nobody on Wall Street long the stock, just like Quantum, right? And but I found some people who were long the stock on message boards. And man, those guys made fun of me like I was crazy. And these guys, they pivoted from their original business, but their original business, in fact, you can find my old paper on it. These people, media really didn't like me. I wonder if I can find it. Ah, here it is. Satori so let's see, when I published this stock, March 19th, 2012. I've had a lot of prior wins, buddy. A lot. And this is the same to me. All right, so here's, oh man, look at the top. Look at the top picker. No, I didn't pick the top. March 19th, 2012. Okay, right around here. I think that was the date at least. Yeah, makes sense. So it was $272,000 a share. Notice it didn't really collapse until 2014. So it took about 2 years to really fall apart. It's not really 37% institutionally owned. You got to be careful with the numbers you're looking at. Because it's guys like you don't really pay much short interest fees. In fact, you're supposed to get paid to short because you're generating cash. Yeah, I wouldn't use that website. But yeah, there's no actual stockholders of IonQ on Wall Street. So there's Vanguard and BlackRock, which are you have to look at it a different way. So Vanguard and BlackRock are indexers, so they don't count. The quants are long because they're short the calls. They're market makers. So Morgan Stanley probably has, this is E-Trade, by the way, so they wrap up into Morgan Stanley. UBS has somebody that owns the stock, 2.5 million shares, but they have almost no institutional holders. There's nobody with the brain that's sitting there and saying, I like IonQ fundamentals. Everybody who has the brain is shorted. But you can't find a single stockholder that's like, I like this stock. This is a good stock. That is not, there's just nobody there. Short interest doesn't really, in my opinion, make a difference to the stock price. You can do back testing on that. So anyway, I want to read you about this company. I'll read you a little bit. The company had $2 million in revenue a quarter. Does that remind you of anybody? About $8 million a year in revenue. This is a big part of the regenerative medicine movement. I said regenerative medicine is a meaningless and embarrassing buzzword. It means nothing. Medicine is medicine. Using cells as a therapy is not a new idea. So regenerative is kind of this unnecessary and redundant concept. They use what they think are cardiovascular stem cells, but they're not. They used fat cells, and they took the fat from the patient, centrifuged it, and cell sorted until they had quote unquote pure stem cells. Then they injected those pure stem cells in whatever the place they needed to inject them to. But there's no proof that any of it worked. And of course, the company went bankrupt. These are some of my shorts. Neoprobe went from 5 to 2. Oncothyreon 10 to 5. Avenir 4 to 2. Mesoblast also went down, the best short in the world, period. I was long Biomarin. This one worked out in the end. This one worked. Human Genome worked. Star Scientific worked. Ampio worked. Ampio is a crazy stock. And Mankind worked. This is my 2011-2012 period of shorting. You guys saw Cassava and Galectin and all that. Yeah, I like farming. But yeah, no, those are from 10, 15 years ago. I don't still write on Seeking Alpha, but. Hey, Ari. What's up, man? A little bizarre. Oh, yeah, I know this. Yeah. So a lot of rare disease companies were interested in ENPP1. It makes a lot of sense. I don't know if it's a good drug or not. I do remember Acasti. I had a friend who was like a big stockholder of that one, and he just really liked that company, and it just never worked out. They were like a spin out of another company, right? Okay, they became Grace Therapeutics. Oh, they did a reverse merger. Tudor operates a decent sized quant operation, so I don't think he is long, but it's possible. You never know. Yo, thanks for the news, maybe. May MB. Aspire, what? Some penny stock? What the fuck? Yeah, William, I can't wait either. Meanwhile, their CEO is like hustling so hard to get revenue. No, Matans, I didn't. Hey, what does Frenchie think? We got to find that Jensen clip. That was the greatest thing ever. Yes. So good.
A processor where
path to millions of qubits early.
products. I think we all agree here that you engineer at but there is a lot of progress. I think qubit also this technology. Yeah.
All right, so
A little bit about
we have a lot of hairy problems here. All right, so thank you, Reggie. Yeah, Lloyd, go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for. And I think is
to other multi-continual changes
This
to
idiot.
our techno qubit ions have. It's easier to scale
Oh,
going
man.
into technology,
Look at this guy.
qubits, and providing.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Jensen. So we are a superconducting company, similar to Rigetti. We believe that superconducting provides the best balance between qubit fidelity, or the quality of the qubits, and gate speeds, time to compute. But we're actually quite unique from everybody else on this panel and pretty much everybody else in the industry
Because we suck.
because we use annealing technology as opposed to gate model technology. Without going into the details, annealing is a much easier technology to work with. It's easier to scale. It's much less sensitive to noise and errors. And probably the best proof point for that was in a paper that we published in Science of use that. So you would use, the idea would be that you would use the quantum computer to create the hashing function, and you would use the quantum computer to validate the hashing function. And we now have this running on this could be a very interesting, much lower energy consumption approach to blockchain.
You know, every time that somebody in the quantum computing industry achieves a milestone, it stirs up a fair amount of controversy among the others. Did you stir up any controversy in your achievement?
Jensen knows that exactly that they did, that nobody believed their paper. So just watch again with Jensen's sarcasm here.
A fair amount of quantum computing industry. You know, every time that somebody in the quantum computing industry achieves a milestone, it stirs up a fair amount of controversy among the others. Did you stir up any controversy in your achievement? Because at the moment, I think the achievement to controversy ratio is literally 1-to-1.
So the answer to the question is that I've received a lot of positive feedback from my colleagues in the industry.
It was exactly like me when I did.
That having
It was exactly.
of positive feedback from my colleagues in the industry.
It was exactly like me when I did.
That having been said, and only since you asked, and I don't like to name names, but I will. There was a paper that came out of some researchers at the Flatiron Institute in New York.
Flatiron is paid for by Jim Simons. Rest in peace.
This is a really solid research team. And what they were able to do was advance the state of the art on a classical computation in tensor networks. And what they've been able to do is to show that for the smallest instances that we computed, which we also computed classically on GPU clusters, they could do it a little bit faster. Now, they made some claims about how that undermines the results, but not at all. I mean, we computed multiple lattice now.
Yeah, that's terrific. So I guess the the question that stirred up a fair amount of excitement is really about what is the definition of usefulness of quantum computing, and when do we expect that? Before we answer to when do we expect that, maybe we'll build up to it. What are some of the early applications you think? And we'll start back in Mikkel again. What are some of the early applications you think that be worthy of the endeavor of a quantum computer? Number one, and number two, how do you define usefulness?
So maybe I will start kind of for the same with one break to things.
frontier. But we're seeing big problem
Was
for
Frenchy
custom
was in the
chemistry.
second
Would
one,
it
right?
also what fidelity how used
Is built on the effect of a quantum instrument
Oh, this is the
can
coldest.
be the ultimate instruments in industry swing at. One of the areas that I do wonder is whether quantum computing is just simply poorly positioned. And let me take a swing at it. There are so many things in industry which is built on fundamental sciences, and quantum computers, in its broadest sense, can be the ultimate instrument for understanding the basic sciences that affects that industry. However, because it was described as a quantum computer instead of a quantum instrument, people have a notion about what a computer is. It should be able to run Excel super fast, and that every respectable computer should be able to run Crisis the game. And so there's a
They don't get that
there's a common
reference.
sense about what a computer is,
They definitely don't get the Crisis reference.
and that's attached to memory, it's attached to network, it's got storage, it should be able to read and write, and there's a programming model associated with the computer that I wonder if it's just a wrong mental model. And as a scientific instrument, it's extraordinary, Mikkel, as you say, and that the opportunity to understand science deeper along the way is extraordinary. But to position it as a computer per se, and to hold it to the standards of a computer per se, that we all understand, what is. I wonder if that could be a reframing and allows this entire industry to be much further along, frankly, in that reframing as a scientific instrument for very important industries. And go ahead.
Yeah, so this annoyed everybody on the panel. A few people nodded their heads, but this was like I do think there's something really critical about this concept, because we think about, somebody mentioned von Neumann. Look, NMR is a really important scientific concept. It's based on quantum mechanical properties or effects. And NMR, it's used every day. It's very important. But the company that makes NMR machines is worth about $4 billion total. And nobody's saying, well, we're going to have a GPT moment for NMR because they had the moment. NMR has its use in certain very high-tech scientific applications. Same thing with superconductors, by the way. There's a company called American Superconductor Company, or at least there was. Those had very limited applications too. Just because something's high-tech doesn't mean It's going to be like AI. Oh, we don't know what's going to be used for now, but someday it'll be really useful like AI was for GPUs. Well, that's a great cope. That's the best copium I've ever heard. This technology is going to be really valuable. Just trust. We don't know what the application is yet, but it's coming. Nobody said that for NVIDIA, by the way. NVIDIA had to prove it. Right? People just thought, oh, these are gaming chips. Only, after AlexNet did people say, wait, they could be more than gaming chips. And credit to NVIDIA for pursuing that. When anybody else would have said, what the hell do we know about AI? Right? They would have said, oh, let's who gives a shit? And maybe that was even the first reaction. But eventually, big credit to Jensen for saying, no, wait a second, this is something we should do. But just because that happened to Jensen and NVIDIA does not mean it's going to happen to quantum or superconducting or memristors or CRISPR or any other high-tech thing. Sometimes, the fate of history is, intertwined with serendipity and all kinds of, crazy coincidences, but most of the time it isn't. And, to pray that, okay, this technology, we don't know what it's good for. I know we can't tell you right now what it's good for, but it's going to be good for something. Down the road, you'll see. And again, I think what Jensen's saying is, computers are general purpose, Turing machines. And that's not exactly what quantum is, at least in a usable way. And that's fine. It can do, perhaps do one really specific set of computations. But we don't know what it'd be good for.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you said. In some sense, the word quantum computer is misleading. And leading, because people expect that you can. In some sense, the word quantum computer is misleading because people expect that you can replace a computer, a classical computer, with a quantum one. It's not like that. It's more like very complementary. We like to call our machines like quantum processors, like very specialized machines that you can use alongside classical. Is that?
I don't know.
This is great.
I'm actually struggling with the concept. I don't know how to think of a quantum computer as an instrument when it's being used for materials discovery, when it's being used for blockchain, when it's being used NTT Docomo to improve cell tower.
See, he's such a liar. I don't know. This is like, I want to train a neural network with the face of this fucking guy as, a label for liar, because it's not being used by any of these things. His revenue bookings are, 800,000? His revenue last quarter, outside of the one computer he sold, was close to zero? Who's using it? If NTT Docomo is one of the world's biggest companies, if they were using his systems, you think he'd have more than zero revenue, right?
I don't know how to think of a quantum computer as an instrument when it's being used for materials discovery, when it's being used for blockchain, when it's being used NTT Docomo to improve cell tower resource utilization. I mean, it's true that there are many applications I would never try.
These firms tested these computers in a test environment. And guess what? They all said it didn't work. Read the Kerstels report. I've also talked to a number of people, including supposed customers of D-Wave. They said, we tried it, didn't work, moved on. Which every couple of years we'll check in. Because, that's being responsible.
Try to run on a quantum computer. But for applications that require extensive processing power, these machines are very...
I haven't tried D-Wave myself. They won't let me use it. They won't let any customer just use it. They want to take your problem and write the code themselves and run the code themselves to show you how they got the speed up, to show you that they got a speed up, but they really are opaque about letting you use the computer.
Very powerful. And I think go well beyond just instrumentation or measurement. Sorry.
I'll jump in.
It's okay. Yeah.
I'll jump in on that.
I was actually just trying to help. Yeah.
Instrumentation or measurement. Sorry, I'll jump in.
It's okay. Yeah.
I'll jump in on that.
I was actually just trying to help.
Whenever he looks at the crowd, that's when he's like, "Oh my god, I can't fucking believe I'm here. Why am I here right now? I could be doing I'm a $1 trillion CEO. What the fuck am I doing next to this retard?"
We saw your help
You know.
on that.
I was
back.
actually just trying to help.
We saw your help.
You know. Let me tell you the mistake. You know, this whole session is going to be like a therapy session for me. So a long time ago, somebody asked me, so what's accelerated computing good for? And I said a long time ago, because I was wrong, that this is going to replace computers. This is going to be the way computing is done, and everything is going to be better. And it turned out I was number one wrong, and unnecessarily wrong. It's better to be narrowly focused on something and be extraordinarily good at it. But the moment you cross that line and start talking about the traveling salesperson problem, then it became unnecessary. Because that problem is obviously being solved as we know it today. And Uber cars taxis are showing up. Maybe they're three seconds late or 30 seconds late or whatever it is, but they show up. And I do think that I wonder if we hold ourselves to a bar to solve a problem that's unnecessary for quantum computers.
So he's sort of talking about what I've been talking about in different words. The traveling salesman problem is the so-called NP-hard problem. If quantum computers could solve all NP-hard problems, that'd be amazing. But that's not the promise of a quantum computer. And he's basically saying, what are they good for? He's not using, in my opinion, the best language, but he really isn't explaining why. He's really asking what are we waiting for? What are we going to get out of this?
There's to solve, quite frankly, to change the world. And it takes focus away from something that you uniquely do, and quite frankly, sooner than later. Anyways, that was just my swing at it. Go ahead, Peter.
Well, here at the show, we actually have several applications which are showing quantum is now. One of them is with ANSYS.
The funny thing about IonQ is they won't tell you how much revenue they're doing with their quantum computer. In fact, last quarter's revenue was really terrible.
And you might know one of their products, which is LS-DYNA, and runs obviously with GPUs today. We announced that we've integrated our quantum computers with LS-DYNA and a 12% increase.
Oh man, remember this? Remember the 12% increase versus an Intel Xeon single PC? So I got a $300 PC here, and I got a $15 million quantum computer. It's 12% better. So if I overclock it, or just thread two of them, it's over. IonQ doesn't have real revenues. These are grants. So they're not selling anything to anybody.
In performance, in modeling a blood pump and software at it, by the end of the computation.
Liars, man.
So chemists, to be honest, using in a rare
oil. It's just snake oil.
And say 15 years to it's.
There's no.
Yeah, IonQ convinced Air Force to do a contract, but the contract's run out. So now they're buying companies that do non-quantum things so that they can replace the fake revenue they had in the first place.
You're going to be much, much larger than NVIDIA.
It's going to start. It's starting, and all the other giants are. It's just not going to start then. It's going to start. It's starting today.
You're going to be much, much larger than NVIDIA. There's no. We're going to be a relic of the past. All right. So if it seems like one of the things that's really interesting is that that this industry doesn't, as you see, select in a unit surprisingly diverse. When does it
On or using abilities that are in kind.
can get speed up?
One of your systems massively reach of classical.
It's interesting that it took a
So I'd like to make
to AI, but from our point of view, is these quantum devices or tools or instruments, as you call them,
This guy's got the realest
are
company.
expanding
These guys' company is by far the realest quantum company.
the ability for us to access data to train these AI today, a density function information that we haven't had. Grids of 5. But I have a computer A versus at least that way. We see it as what can A and B, how are we continue to be we'd be pulled in back to do, right? And we call that Gen, not AI, Gen Q AI. And that's kind of breaks the paradigm of a computer competing with another computer. It's two computers now working together two completely different ways, but they are input output for each other. The output of the quantum computer is the input into these LLMs and the training methodologies. So you can have LLMs that actually understand things like ground state energy and ground state configurations of molecules. So you can then use them to start doing perturbation theory on, well, is this molecule going to last inside my body and deliver the drug at the right kinetic,
I love this. He goes, right, kinetic, we don't need quantum computers for pharmacokinetics. We've been doing this a long time, man. Drug industry doesn't need this. Listen carefully to what he says. Does anybody here know PK? I used to tell you guys to read the Rosenbaum PK book.
Start doing perturbation theory on, well, is this molecule going to last inside my body and deliver the drug at the right kinetic, paradigm or not? So that is how we...
So there's no way to do this even with the quantum computer. Because most of how the body reacts to drugs, as King Solver is asking, is enzymatic. And so unless you want to simulate the effect of multiple different enzymes, a different pH on the molecule, well, we have ways to do that really cheaply.
See quantum as an addition of a tool or an instrument into what is already a developing and rapidly maturing and improving compute paradigm.
And in the few minutes we have here, what are the things that we could do in the world of accelerated classical to be helpful to all of you, so that we could advance your work much more rapidly?
So maybe I will start.
Can we? How about we start with in the middle?
Yeah.
Come on, Mr. Frenchman, let's go.
Yeah, thank you. I guess it's very
Fucking Jensen.
Come on, Mr. Frenchman, let's go.
Yeah, thank you. I guess it's very important, as was said earlier, to couple.
Well, all this isn't helping this situation. QUBT reporting $39,000 of revenue. 39,000. Wasn't even invited, by the way, to the quantum powwow. They invited 15 CEOs, or I'm sorry, 30. 15, 30, maybe 15 CEOs to the NVIDIA Quantum Day as an apology for crashing their stocks. And this company wasn't even invited. Most of us in the chat have had more revenue than the 39,000. Unbelievable. I mean, this company is an outright fraud. They've announced that they were under SEC investigation. They fired their CEO, who was supposed to be complicit with this alleged fraud. So that one's remarkable. Tulip mania, exactly. What a nightmare for us shorts, but yeah, Will, what makes you skeptical? I'm pretty much one of the most informed people on that topic. Well, they're not available to the public. The medallion was available to accredited investors, and they had plenty. I know people who were investors in Medallion. And then at some point they closed it off to outsiders. And at some point they kicked out the outsiders, which has been done many times in hedge funds. And then the new hedge funds, one of which I invested in, they've had less success than Medallion, but they still have more capital than Medallion. So they're not that bad. And they don't do the same strategy as Medallion, when you're clear about that. I mean, I have a really good understanding of it, Mandy, so I don't need to elaborate, but yeah, read the book, and I don't think Medallion's doing anything that special. Yeah, warrant accounting was annoying when I ran publicly traded company Retrophin. We had some warrants too, and basically every quarter you have to record on your income statement, what changes in the warrants are. Well, I have some other strategies running as well, Teapot, that are quantitative. You can't really do what Medallion does without some computers. You understand what quantitative investing is, right? I'm not sure you need FPGAs. They didn't use FPGAs early on. Most quantitative investing is market making. I'm sure the DOJ probe is real. Yeah, I mean, investing is different. Yeah, I guess the word investing means something different to some people. I think so, Kazama, but I also said that 2 weeks ago. I think so, Harjinder, but I also said that 2 weeks ago. Well, some people have tried to use D-Waves annealer in quantitative investing. That was not good. There's papers about it, and they show that the regular old computers are faster. Don't forget how much time you need to prepare a circuit. It's not like it's an overnight process. You need to prepare and compile a circuit. It makes quantum computing for fast things useless. Benjo, there are only so many shares that owners of these stocks are willing to lend out to short sellers like us. So the more and more short sellers that want to borrow these shares, the long holders who have to lend us the shares start saying, well, you know, I'll lend you these shares, but you got to pay me 1% APR. I say, okay. And then it gets more crowded and more difficult. And somebody says, you know what, I want 5%. And a short seller says, I don't know. But a short seller like me says, well, the stock's going to go down 90%. I don't care about 5%. And eventually it can go up to 30% or more. There's no way out of these borrow fees. The put options work the same way. They're embedded in the put price. Yeah, there's borrow rates can get crazy because they're APRs. 90% undervalued companies. I think you gotta focus on the definition of the word undervalued. Yeah, it's short squeeze season. It's all right. I guess something for them. Yeah, I think Simon's most successful thing was hiring great people, but it was also being early to this idea that computers can trade the stock market. I mean, people were really not convinced that that was a real thing. All right, I'm gonna go to my extra special account that I don't use often. I'm gonna short this stock in this account. They're not really a high frequency shop. Yeah, this is the kid's college fund. He's gonna thank me later. Dad, why don't I have any college money saved up? Well, son, tell you what. Okay, so this account doesn't have any. Oh wait, hold on. Sell short. Okay. What's DRG? Yeah. Will knows. Will knows the legends. Dad? Why do I have two daddies? Son, call me Alejandro. I bought you from Martin Shkreli. Who's Martin Shkreli? He's your real dad. I made a bet with him that quantum computing stocks wouldn't go to $1 million a share, and they did. So now I own you. Why would my dad do that? I don't know. He was a very stupid man. Now put the fries in the bag. Dad, why do I have to work at Burger King? I'm not your dad. Yeah, remember farming doesn't trade very often. So there's a little bit of a... If it trades on some other weird exchange, we only show NASDAQ quotes. So we're adding ICE. A lot of the brokers you see aren't showing you NBBO. So it depends on whether you're looking at NBBO, which is National Bid Best Offer. But we're adding ICE. So you can see level 2 after we add ice. I don't know what DXFeed is really. I think it's some kind of vendor, right? We haven't used them. We use the big guys. Happiness rises as portfolio value goes up. I mean, to a certain extent, maybe, but I don't know. If you're conflating those two things, you got to consider your goals, and it's work, right? It's not. It shouldn't determine everything in your life. You know, maybe a little bit. If every single thing in your life is about your P&L, I don't know if that's good. Okay, I put the orders in the other account. Let's go. This is when you call your mama, your dad, call your girl, your ex-girl's brother who's rich. You say, listen, I need to hold about 50 racks. What? Speak English. I need to borrow $50,000. Why the hell do you need to borrow $50,000? What's wrong? I need to short this stock. What? Click. That's when you say, okay, that's not going to work. Let me try this. Yeah, hello? Martin, I haven't talked to you in 6 years. Yeah, listen, I'm going to need $50,000 real quick. What's wrong? I broke my leg. I broke my leg and need an operation. All right? I broke my leg. I need an operation. Okay. It's not covered by insurance? You say, no, it's not. You need $43 for this plan, though, because you got to go to Amazon. And you buy this bad boy. Okay? And you say, Dave, so nice to see you. Dave says, what's wrong? My leg. You got to 50,000? Yeah, I got it right here. What the hell happened? Got hit by a car. Okay, Jinzo. I'm trying to make a joke and you're sitting there insulting me. You know what the difference between a joke and reality is, right, Jinzo? UNH dropped my coverage. It was Luigi. Luigi did it. Luigi got me. So don't mess up my flow, Jinzo. You got bad juju. You got bad karma. You're fucking it up. I don't like that. Yeah, maybe JG, maybe not. It's hard to say. Most of Wall Street brokers are not liquidating shorts. You know that it's the funds will liquidate themselves. Nah, I don't think so, JG. Yeah, Papa Mike's right. I don't know, 1-2, it depends on what you're trying to do. I mean, it's totally fine. There's no right or wrong answer. You know, you might hold a lot of cash if you can't find really good investment ideas or you don't like the investing climate. I mean, those are all reasonable things. You know, I think there's tons of good investment ideas, but you might want to trade cautiously given the current environment. It's a little crazy. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've considered getting back in the game, but you know, I had this catharsis, you know, around the time that we were really going ham, and I basically said, it feels like I'm a hedge fund guy again. I don't like that feeling. It's a terribly stressful job. It takes years off your life, and I'm a software guy. I'm not trying to be in money management. I want to show you guys some good stock picks. And show you how I invest, but principally I'm trying to show you how to use Godel so that I can sell more Godel boxes. That's my main goal. But you know, it's nice to help people even if you don't use my software. Well, I'm just managing my money, so I think it's okay to. But you know, it feels like I'm managing client money because it feels like for some of you guys I'm managing your money. Of course, I know that that's not the case, but I think some of you guys would just blindly follow some of my picks, and you know, I can't blame you for some of the things like Cassava. It looked really great, but you know, you have to decide what pick is for you and what size, and these things are like very intricate, and some of you want to gamble, so you pick a big size, but that's not always a good idea. You know, I've said a few times, most people, the biggest mistake almost every investor makes, that Paul Tudor Jones said this many times. I didn't make this up myself. In fact, I learned from it myself. The biggest mistake people make is their position sizes are too high, and that's something that's it's hard to reconcile sometimes, because you know the Kelly criterion is a good example. You know, do we undervalue or overvalue Kelly? You know, Kelly is the theoretical, you know, best way to allocate capital. It's in fact not theoretical. It's literally proven. But there are problems with Kelly. Anybody know some of the problems with Kelly? Well, we tend to be overconfident in how right we are. We tend to be very overconfident in how right we are. If anybody doesn't know what the heck I'm talking about, look up the Kelly criterion. Kelly criterion. No, Charizard. You're starting to tick me off, Charizard. I'm trying to understand what you mean by that, because Sarepta is my biggest long, but maybe you made it much bigger long for you, but that's your problem. I'm almost break even on my Sarepta short long. Yeah, Udar gets it. Yeah, exactly, Brian. It's just gut vibes. So a lot of people do half Kelly or quarter Kelly. But yeah, you don't have probabilities. You have real probabilities. Yeah, the GameStop thing was crazy. I was trying to short it from Prison. I didn't get a chance. I like that Bio Thriller. That'd be fun. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Don. I mean, I did add to my D-Wave short today. Starting to come down. You can still have a stock account in Prison. No, I don't think I want to do a hedge fund, but maybe there's a happy in between or something. I don't know. Yeah, I shorted a lot of QUBT today. We did wear masks in Prison. We have deals with almost every major data vendor. Kelly's great. It's just very hard to use practically. I don't know what that means, Mercy. Don't know Encarta too well. Last time I looked at it, I didn't like it. Some of them are easy to borrow, some of them are not. Yeah, having a cell phone in Prison is illegal. But I gotta tell you, I don't like to do things like that. I don't like to break the rules. The rules are there for a reason, sir. Okay, Stefan. You sure about that? I'm not sure, Daly. We'll figure that out. I mean, I would take a loss on a fundamental short if my thesis was proven wrong. For example, I actually used Bloomberg in Prison. So, like, for example, if D-Wave had 50 million in revenue in a quarter, I would say, whoa, I thought this was not a real business. It's clearly a real business. I connected remotely to Bloomberg. It's very hard to have a gaming setup in Prison. No. I connected through my cell phone. I even updated my GitHub while I was in Prison. I was really worried that that was going to get me in big trouble. Because you can tell somebody updated their GitHub. And I saw people notice that, and they're like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Yeah, I just logged in from a cell phone to a remote PC control. Sometimes you did have to do other things. I mean, phones weren't always available. Some jails there's lots of phones. Other jails there weren't too many. Listen, some jail shit should stay in jail. You know, I can't reveal the secrets from behind the wall. I make it sound so tough. Behind them walls. Yeah, CoreWeave's just they reported 2 days ago, but the stock's still fucking, you know, a roller coaster. This is a short squeeze too, by the way. Game for the stay, straight at the gate. Yeah, I got a tattoo. It was not great. It's kind of embarrassing. I think some of you guys know the story. I don't want to take my shirt off, but it's EGM, El Gran Maricón. I didn't know what it meant. He told me it meant brave warrior. Yeah, the Spanish guys clowned on me, bro. I told the guy, I said, hey, bro, what the fuck? Every time I walk by, you say Maricón. I hear you and your guys snickering. You want beef with the Albanian crew? The fuck is wrong with you? And he goes, no, Martin, no. And he's still laughing. No, Martin, no, listen. Maricón, it means like brave warrior, like a warrior. I was like, yeah, okay. He's like, because you know you tough, man. You tougher than all of us combined. You walk by, we scared of you, man. So we say, oh, Maricón. I said, yeah, that's more like it. I'm not just Maricón, I'm the big Maricón. He's like, exactly. You a gran Maricón. Yeah. El Gran Maricón. What's up? I started feeling myself. That's Lolo, that's my homie. Started walking a little slick. I'm like, what up, Lolo? Sup, Skrells? I said, listen, thank you for putting me on. I need to know one thing, man. Tell me some Spanish shit. I play poker with these guys. Big Tone and fucking Jay. I play poker with these guys, Dominican guys. Tell me some tough shit to say. They already know I'm El Gran Maricón. But what else do I say? And he says, you want to really fuck them up? I said, yeah. He said, you want them running for the hills? I said, yeah, tell me. He goes, you tell them, yo bebo leche d'hombre. I said, whoa, what does that mean? I said, I know what that means. Leche is milk. I said, yeah. Hombre is you, right? So it basically means like, you're so strong because you drink the milk, so much milk. You're crazy. He says, I know it sounds weird, but in Spanish, they know what it means. I said, okay. So I go to Tone and Jay, and it's a particularly heated hand. We got a lot of money on the table. And he's like, you're going to fold. I go, what? Yo bebo leche de hombre, bro. He goes, what? You drink cum? I said, what? I said, no. I'm El Gran Maricon. He said, yeah. So that makes sense? I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And my homie D-Block, he speaks Spanish, he's Puerto Rican. He goes, shut the fuck up. Play the fucking game. Retard. Anyway, all in. No, I wasn't in max security. I was in what's called a low, which unfortunately is not the lowest it gets. The lowest is called a camp. Greg, our options product's not great. We're going to work on that really soon. We have a special German guy to work on it. He's going to give us the best in German engineering. SBF is not in a camp yet. He was in a camp, and he's back at MDC for some unbelievable reason. Then he got kicked up to the shoe because he talked to Tucker Carlson when he wasn't supposed to. I was writing a book while I was in prison, baby. I called it My Struggle. I haven't released it yet. I was thinking about running, eventually going to government. I was writing down My Struggle. That's what I called it. That's the... That was my first. That was my first first book, you know. I started out by writing about where I grew up and all this stuff, right? Talking about my motherland. You know, then I move on, start talking about my ideals, my years of study and suffering in Brooklyn. I worked hard, you know. And then I started having some political reflections. You know, more than 2 books can be called my struggle. I would do software. Yeah. You know, I always wanted to be an artist, right? Got rejected over and over again. So I was angry. I started getting political. Okay, guys, I'm kidding, obviously. Handled the rejection very responsibly, learned from it, kept trying. Soros throws up.
Exactly how they grow and...
There was, I think there was pottery in prison, maybe some painting, but there wasn't much in the way, there was, I don't know. Some people painted. Google's okay. It's okay long. It's obviously a company kind of under siege. You know, I think Sundar may actually rise to the moment, but they have to break a lot of their old way of doing things. Yes, Ulysses, that's from what I understand. Gupta, it's just a gag. It's just a Kanye thing. I'm pretending I'm none the wiser. I would not condone somebody doing that, wanting to be like that. Best failed trade? Forget it. I had a funny situation where I was short a stock and I got bought in. Very rarely do you get bought in, but I got bought in and it was really tough. Sarepta is my favorite long, Florian. It's a pain stock as well. All these stocks are pain stocks. You know, they're not going my way, but I want more of them. And the problem is if you're still big with one factor, like these stocks are moving against me, that's one factor. And you're exposed to this one factor. And you could call that anti-momentum. So D-Wave's going up against me and Sarepta's going down against me. But I like the ARBs getting bigger, but of course that also means I got to take more pain. Whereas other people say, I'm just going to buy this stock, it's going up. So you got to, I think, mix momentum with anti-momentum. If you're just mean reverting everything, that's not, you know, you're basically saying everything the market's doing is wrong. Well, that's going to be a hard trade to survive because market's not always wrong, and it temporarily is certainly. Oftentimes it's less liquidity, Mandy. Liquidity shrinks, people get serious, you know? I was like, okay, maybe I don't need this quantum computing stock. When people have money to burn, they want to take risks. Well, once liquidity gets tough, they say, I don't know. I might sell this quantum computing stock and buy a real company and get a fat dividend or something like that. I've always wanted to buy Palantir at 50. So I'm going to buy Palantir at 50, then hold these quantum stocks in a recession or a crash. That makes way more sense. Look, I showed some shorts from a decade, almost 2 decades ago, 15 years ago that I made, just to show you guys how, in the heat of the moment, people think these are great stocks. But that was a $300,000 stock, split adjusted. It was 40 cents now, holding these balloons. So anyway, I mean, I think that, what are you supposed to do, you know? Yeah, it's hard to download fully baked models unless you can use sell-side models. But models with your forward-looking projections. Sometimes I'm just, filling out data because it's mindless and easy to do. But as far as I know, there's no way to get good fully baked models with forecasts other than making it yourself. And you kind of want to make it yourself, to be honest. Support and resistance? What the fuck? What are you talking about? Mechanical engineer? No, I don't pay attention to Burry, dude. I pay attention to legendary investors, not Burry. And even then, I don't pay that much attention. Playoffs? Playoffs? Who gives a fuck about Burry? Talk about Code 2. Talk about TCI. Oh, Bury. Bury? It's like talking about the worst rapper ever instead of Jay-Z or... It's like, here, let me see. I don't know about Holocene. That's a newer fund, but yeah. Let me find let's see. Who's the worst rapper ever? Let's take a look. Here, this guy. Tyler, the Creator.
You are the light.
She ain't never met no one who talk like that. And if you hang up on a nigga, bitch, I call right back.
Damn.
Roll my windows
Bars. Yeah, so when you talk about... What's his name? What's his name again? Bury? Yeah, you're talking about some trash rapper. Yeah, I was just picking a random thing. Tyler, the Creator's pretty good, I think, but it's got a funny name. Tyler, the Creator. There you go. When you talk about Bury, you're talking about Tekashi 6ix9ine. Tekashi DM'd me. I fucking did not respond. Hell no. You fucking crazy? You fucking crazy, man? I don't know. I think it was the time when like there's a lot of crypto scams going on, and he wanted in on it, basically. He wanted some he wanted to get in on the meme coin frenzy, I think. But I didn't want to talk to him. What do you mean, what strike? I don't understand what that means. What strike? When you short a stock, there's no strike. Quantopian's gone, right? They don't have a system anymore. Nothing wrong with Quant Connect. I just rather fully control, my own system. I'm not sure they have the right, I don't want to get into too much detail, but I'm not sure they have the right transaction partners. Yeah, some of the old school traders still think about technicals, but it's dying breed. To me, bonds are often a bad risk return. I'm like 42 or something like that in Sarepta. Maybe 45. Something in that range. Closer to 40, low 40s after doubling down. No, I didn't quite get to the 30s yet. 30s would be nice. Remember, I owned some at 50. Haters wanna hate, lovers wanna love. I don't even want none of the above. I wanna piss on you. What? Pee on you. Yeah, I'm rooting for... Yeah, there's one guy who was long D-Wave in here. I'm rooting for Diddy to be acquitted. Partially because, well, several reasons. Ness, you going to just do your taxes, Ness? That's definitely one of my favorite moments. The problem is I sound like an old man because Chappelle's Show was so long ago. And it's like I had this old friend, much older than me, very sort of famous guy, famous in certain circles. And he was like, he would drop all these Richard Pryor things. And I'd be like, dude, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He's like, that's Richard Pryor. You know Richard Pryor? I was like, no. I look up Richard Pryor and it was like fucking 3 generations ago. Richard Pryor was Eddie Murphy's inspiration. Eddie Murphy was Dave Chappelle's inspiration. So Kevin Hart was kind of the new Dave Chappelle, or maybe Kay and Peele and then Kevin Hart. And I don't know who it is now. I have no fucking idea. But you know, when you're old, you just kind of stick to your old memories. You like the old songs you listen to, you know, you don't... Yeah, Drewski, there you go. Drewski, Theo Von, those kinds of guys are the... replaced the... But I don't hear any good new rock music, and I'm pretty open-minded. I hear some, but it's very fleeting. Rock is dead. Well, Dave Chappelle's still doing comedy. Yeah, I was into this movement of bands called The Wave, And it didn't work out for the Wave, unfortunately. The bands fell off pretty hard. It was Touche Amore, La Dispute, Pianos Become the Teeth. Yeah, Florian, I don't know what to say. That is a good question. I will say that we have enough evidence from the PMOs. Those aren't going away. People are using them. So, but I don't disagree with what you said. Yeah, I know a lot of these guys in these bands. Some reached out to me during my struggle. They're very, very nice. Yes, Soul, yes. I'm not a Bond guy, man. Yeah, you would sell Bonds. Fuck it, listen to opera. I like Wagner. Not that opera, wrong opera. Not the Options Price Reporting Agency. Well, just all resemblances are coincidental. As you guys know, I stand with the Jewish people. I work on Wall Street, for crying out loud. D-Wave will sell another system. 2029, I'd say. Roughly, give or take. Wall Street is fairly Jewish, yeah. It's changed a lot. You know, there's a lot of quants on the street now. So you're getting a lot of Asians involved. Get a little more diverse. But Wall Street was practically all white in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, there was segregation on Wall Street for a while, Stickman. There were Jewish firms, and by the way, this applied to law firms too. Law firms, I would argue, had it worse. But Goldman was a Jewish bank. Morgan Stanley was the WASP bank. And you basically, were either a WASP or you were with the Jews. And that was it. And things obviously changed closer to the 80s and 90s. But, Paul Weiss was a Jewish law firm. And, it was weird, but that's how they did things back then. There's so many jokes I can make, but I think that I think at the end of the day, there's a lot of things about history that are bizarre and strange, and I don't know, you have to just take it with a grain of salt, it's the past. No, I don't think that's true, Mandy. Plenty of Jewish people in prison. No shortage. No shortage whatsoever. Why not? Fraud, all kinds of things. Cornelius, what's wrong with you? I think stereotypes can be very malicious. We should not perpetuate them. Yeah, actually, they're Orthodox, and there are Orthodox guys in prison. Anyway, it's an interesting piece of history, but Madoff was Jewish, correct? Religion is kind of a big deal in prison. There's a lot of Muslim people convert to Islam. No, I never thought about converting to Islam. A lot of Albanians are Muslim. I don't know what to say about Islam, man. Better for me to keep my mouth shut. You know, whatever religion people want to believe, that's fine. Alhamdulillah. You know, I will say that there was sort of an effort in the early 2000s in the media and government to sort of indoctrinate people to hate Muslims, and I think that was, you know, obviously not great. But you know, some people bought into it. What can you do? Yeah, the war on terror was a interesting semi-psyop. Some of it was real, obviously. It's real as day. Merck has to figure out how to replace their lost revenue. You keep asking me. I'm in the middle of looking at Gilead. So let me do that maybe. And my girl just got back with some food, so I'm gonna go smooch her for a second and get some food. Be right back. I don't live with my sister. I had to for the first month or two right out of prison. It was terrible. I love my sister, but it was when they call you in prison to the back. That's when they want to see you, and it could be good news or bad news. It's usually bad news. I call you to the back. Sometimes you have to sign for mail. Sometimes you got to do whatever. But I go to the back. I'm still in prison. I go to the back. And you got to dress up with the prison outfit. You can't go back there with your sweatpants. So I go up there and I say, Shkreli here, what's up? And they're like, Shkreli, come over here. And the guy's got all these stacks of paper and he says, I'm processing your release. In a couple months you're out of here. What address do you got? I go, address? Fucking address? What? He goes, I need an address. Do you want to get released or not? I'm like, yeah, no. Yeah, I got it. Hold on. Can I go get it from my room? He's like, yeah, go ahead, I'll wait. I'm looking for my mail. Like, oh, okay, here's an address. And unfortunately, the address you give them, you have to live at least for a little while. Right? Exactly, BD. Yeah, Adobe could be a short. They're always probing United Healthcare. That's like the most probed company there is. Well, it was on Ankle Monitor as well. Well, Draco, my fund had a big issue, and that issue resulted in sort of my prosecution as well. But the issue kind of made the hedge fund get into this kind of wind down mode. And I communicated that, I think, very fairly. And the fund did well. We returned a lot of gains, multiple X gains. I think the average person made about 4X, which is very hard to do in hedge funds. But, I conceded, there was I don't know if we know about it, ChesBio, so I'd be careful about that. We don't know. We don't know the details. It was a small fund, Mandy. I think I raised eight in total. Oh, really, Ches? Where? That's not good. Where are the details? Handsome, attractive, and tough. So where's the UNH stuff? Yeah, knock yourself out, Money Master. Andy, we did early on. Very successfully, I might add. Yeah, go long stock. Go long the dumbest stocks in the world. Go ahead. I don't give a fuck what you do. Yeah, maybe Tofu, maybe. I didn't love the deal when I saw it. You'd rather have one best-in-class asset, right? Than look like you have a pipeline. That's what Vertex does. If it's best in class, I don't even know if it even works. But I know people who have DMD want to try it. I do want to look at NUVB. Biotech is dead, Tyrone. I'd say, are the blockbusters in the room with us now? Kaiser's out with this thing? This is from years ago. 4 months ago. And they won. They beat the government. So I'm not sure what this says. Like I said, United Healthcare is one of the most attacked companies in the world. Good question, Marsh. The question was he that great in the first place? I hate to say that out loud. I think that basically Sarepta is so cheap that it's baking in virtually a worst case scenario. Well, you don't always get notified of a new investigation. Keep that in mind. Trump helped pharma. Bagajandro, welcome back. Cornelius, stop fucking flooding my chat. Oh, with pharma is low returns. A lot of these projects have no returns. I'd say 25, Mandy. 50, I'd get us exchange. Buy 10 million shares of QUBT, $50, please. All right, Alejandro, let's get back to quantum. So this is really interesting and relevant, very relevant to quantum, okay? Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, sort of MIT guys, developed the RSA cryptosystem. It offers a balance of security and usability. In '97, it was disclosed that all of these ideas, look at this, they were already invented in the late 60s and 70s by the British NSA, GCHQ. GCHQ? Bletchley Park. So, think about that. Yeah, exactly, John. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Habre. He's certainly not a peer. They think of him as a groupie. So the key to crypto systems, public key crypto systems, is that it's difficult to invert the encryption stage if only the public key is available. Inverting it is very close to factoring. So the belief is that factoring is hard to solve on a classical computer. But Shor's algorithm on a quantum computer could be used to break RSA. This is a really revolutionary idea. That's why Peter Shor, also an MIT guy, has a major name now. So other algorithms could be broken if you solve the discrete log problem. And you can do that with Shor's. So a lot of people are excited about breaking cryptographic codes with quantum computers. And this is where I think is the main industry that'll use quantum. I don't think it's good for virtually anything other than code breaking. But I also don't think we're going to see it soon. So when it does happen, it's maybe $1 billion market. I don't think that the code breaking market's that big. All right. We've been looking at historical antecedents for quantum. Of course, the field has grown and matured, sprouted subfields, and there's a lot to cover here. But let's talk about the field of quantum entanglement, okay? And I think we're starting to get to the fundamentals of quantum computing here. This is a 700-page book, so pace yourself. Yeah, it's not hard to shift to quantum proof encryption. So, code breaking is suitable for a quantum. Great question. In short, quantum is very good at large combinatorial problems. So numbers that get too large, quantum is extremely good at solving those problems. But it's not good at storing things, for example. It's not good at retrieving and outputting things easily. It's not good at creating lots of data, for example. So you couldn't really use it with AI or something. You can't load terabytes of data into a quantum computer. There's no quantum memory at all. But let's talk about some of these details. Yeah, I was short wheat stocks years ago. All right, quantum entanglement. Entanglement is a uniquely quantum mechanical resource. I want you to think about this concept of a resource. Keep that in the back of your head for a minute. It's a resource that plays a key role in many of the, pretty much all of quantum computation. Entanglement is the iron to the classical world's Bronze Age. I like that. There's been a tremendous effort to understand entanglement as a fundamental resource of nature. It's just as important, possibly, as energy, information, entropy, or any other fundamental resource. Maybe strong force, weak force, electromagnetism. Although there's yet no complete theory of entanglement, some progress has been made in understanding this strange property of quantum mechanics. Studying entanglement will yield insights that may facilitate quantum computers.
All right. Future directions. We've looked at some of the history, present status of quantum. What is the future? What can quantum computation offer to science, technology, and humanity? What benefits does quantum computing confer upon its parent fields of computer science, information theory, and physics? What are the key open problems of quantum? I'll make a few brief remarks here. Quantum computing has taught us to think physically about computation. I would dispute that. And we have discovered that this approach yields many new and exciting capabilities for information processing and communication. Computer scientists have been gifted with a new and rich paradigm for exploration. In broadest terms, we have learned that any physical theory, not just quantum mechanics, may be used as the basis for a theory of information processing. I would argue we knew that. The fruits of these labors may one day result in information processing devices with capabilities far beyond today's systems, with benefits and drawbacks for society as a whole. Quantum computation certainly offers challenges to physicists, but it's perhaps a little subtle what quantum offers to physicists in the long term. We believe that just as we have learned to think about physically about computation, we can also learn to think computationally about physics. Whereas physics has traditionally been a field focused on understanding elementary objects and simple systems, many interesting aspects of nature arise only when things become larger and more complicated. Chemistry and engineering deal with that complexity to an extent, but mostly in an ad hoc way. One of the messages of quantum computing is that new tools are available for traversing the gulf between the small and the relatively complex. Computation and algorithms provide systematic means for constructing and understanding such systems. Applying ideas from these fields is already beginning to yield new insights into physics. It is our hope that this perspective will blossom in years to become a fruitful way of understanding all aspects of physics. Okay, this is where the book really starts. That was the introduction. Mike and Ike. Mike and Ike, the best book. Ulysses is coming very soon. Best quantum book. Now we get started in the meat of the matter. Chapter 1.2, Quantum Bits. Pay attention. If you haven't been paying attention, it's time to pay attention. The bit is the fundamental concept of classical computation and classical information. We all know that. Quantum computation and quantum information are built on an analogous concept, the quantum bit, or qubit for short. In this section, we introduce the properties of single and multiple qubits, comparing and contrasting their properties to those of classic bits. This is going to be a real uphill climb real fast, guys. Be careful. What is a qubit? We're going to describe qubits as mathematical objects with certain properties. But hang on, you say. I thought qubits were physical objects. It's true that qubits, like bits, are realized as actual physical systems, and we're going to talk about that in detail. How we make this connection between the abstract mathematical point of view and real systems. But for the most part, we're going to treat them as abstract mathematical objects. The beauty of treating qubits as abstract entities is that it gives us the freedom to construct a general theory of quantum computing, which doesn't depend on any specific system for its realization. Right? We don't need to worry about whether it's D-Wave or Rigetti or IonQ that we're using, the leaders in the field. What then is a qubit? All right. Just as a classical bit has a state, either 0 or 1, a qubit also has a state. Got it? Two possible states for a qubit are the states 0 and 1, which, as you might guess, correspond to the states 0 and 1 for a classical bit. So far it sounds like the same, right? Notation like this is called the Dirac notation. And we'll be seeing it often, you bag holders, as it's the standard notation for states in quantum mechanics. Now, you already know something you didn't before. Congratulations. Bagahondro, are you there? I want you to draw this. I want you to draw it like 10 times, Bagahondro. All right, draw it like this. Go ahead, draw it. Take your time. Say it again for the baggies in the back. This is the Dirac notation. Where's the... is Alejandro not here? You're not going to do well in the quiz, Alejandro. Then I'm going to have to leave you back. Where is he? I know you can hear me, Alejandro. He's probably got it up on the big screen. That's fine. Okay. The difference between bits and qubits is that a qubit can be in a state other than 0 and 1. Okay? A lot of people don't know this. A lot of people don't understand this. This is a pretty complicated idea. It's going to be simple for you to understand in a minute. Okay, Alejandro, are you paying attention? Good. But this is something a lot of people don't know, even the most fundamental thing about quantum, and oftentimes they'll missay this. You'll see this in the media all the time. So I want you guys to understand this once and for all. The difference between bits and qubits is that a qubit can be in a state other than 0 or 1. A lot of people say that the difference between a qubit and a bit is that it's either in 0, 1, or both, which is not right, and is a fundamental misunderstanding of quantum. Okay, it is possible to form linear combinations of states, which are called superpositions. Okay, so we've talked about linear combinations in this YouTube many times, right? We talk about linear combinations. We did this just yesterday, right? Do you guys remember? These are the factors of a factor model that explain and etc., right? That explain the stock price change. You have this coefficient that represents an amount, and you have a factor that represents certain things, like, say, country, industry, momentum, whatever. There's hundreds of them. Okay. So this is a linear combination, right? Anybody who's done not just linear algebra, but any kind of math at all understands this. This alpha is a proportion, right? This is like a weighted average, right? And here's this state. We know the state is 0. It could be on or off, right? So this is off. And we'll have this added to beta, which is a proportion of how often it's on, right? Just like a transistor or a switch or a light bulb. This is connected to maybe a battery. That's a linear combination. But what does it mean to be in a combination of these states? Because we often think something's either on or it's off, right? How could it be kind of off and kind of on at the same time? Oh, Roberto. Pendejo. You're breaking my heart, Roberto. Okay. So A and B are complex numbers. What's a complex number? Do you guys know? It's a number that has an I component, right? The I component could be non-existent too, by the way, but
6i, right? I is square root of -1. So this is just the basics, right? We're not going to get into the advanced stuff. One guy, if you wanted to get it more into this, to watch is Scott Aronson, John Preskill. There's many others that you can follow who it's not easy to make this stuff simple. Sometimes the best teachers are not necessarily the best practitioners, by the way. Okay. The numbers A, alpha, and beta are complex numbers, but we don't lose much by thinking of them as real numbers. And I kind of want you to think of them as real numbers. Back up here so you can understand that, like, maybe this is 70% 0 or off. And this is 30% on. Could that be the case? That's what I want you to really understand here. This is the beauty of quantum. Do you guys get it so far? That unlike something that's on or off, there's no coefficient for a bit. It's either on or off. So you got 0, what's a string of bits look like? 0, 1, 0, 1. Does anybody know what this number is? This is 1, the 1's column, the 2's column, and the 4's column, right? So this is 5. What if I add a 1 over here? It's up 33% actually. Getting liquidated. What? Yeah, we're gonna get to that in a second, Ulysses. This is simple, Alejandro. I want you to understand the basics of quantum computing, okay? I'm doing you a favor. Pay attention. Don't get ADHD on me, all right? Don't get ADHD. I really, want you to stay focused. Don't go for the Adderall either. But if you have to, you have to. Okay? Alejandro. Okay. So, put another way, the state of a qubit is a vector in a two-dimensional complex vector space. Did I lose anybody? Did I lose anybody? I'm going to ask ChatGPT, can you make this sentence much simpler to understand for dumb bag holders like Alejandro? A qubit state is like an arrow in space with two directions using complex numbers. Makes it real simple. How can an arrow have two directions? Durr! A qubit state is just a pair of numbers, but these numbers can be complex. They could have an imaginary component. So why did you say vector space just to confuse long qubit? Fair enough. Vector space is just a fancy math phrase meaning a collection of things you can add together or multiply with, like arrows, coordinates, or even pairs of numbers. A qubit state is simply described by two complex numbers. That's it. Long qubit indeed. Oh, GPT likes qubit. Okay, the special states 0 and 1 are known as computational basis states. So if you study any other math or physics, basis is kind of like, you know, what your unit is, like I or J or something. Alejandro, pay attention. You're getting all distracted, all right? It's not that hard. Okay. These basis states form an orthonormal basis for the vector space. How about this? This confuses me like crazy. It makes me want to buy more D-Wave stock. I think I'm not all there mentally. Let's break that down super simply. The special states 0 and 1 are just two basic states to describe qubits. We know that. They're special because they're different from each other, and they form the simplest possible set of states. They can describe every other state. So they're like the reference states. Every qubit state is built from these basic states. Orthonormal just means they're clearly different and easy to tell apart. Sometimes, well, the word ortho, maybe we should just leave it alone. No need to panic buy D-Wave. But I want to. What does ortho mean in Latin, and why do we use that term? I like that GPT can hold on two different ideas in its own mind. Alejandro, we don't want any of your copy pasting, dude. We're trying to learn. We're not just going to copy paste. You know, Bill Gates famously thought the internet wouldn't be very, very successful. Ortho comes from the Greek straight or correct. So when we say orthosteric, we mean this receptor site that's normally used. When we say allosteric, we mean somewhere else. So for qubits, ortho means at right angles. So it's orthogonal. You've heard that word sometimes. People kind of overused it for a while. And GPT said, but hey, don't let me stop you from YOLOing into D-Wave. Okay. So they're the orthonormal basis. Between these two, you can get the entire vector space. So this is like linear algebra, right? Okay, we can examine a bit to determine if it's in the state 0 or 1. For example, computers do this all the time when they retrieve the contents of their memory, right? If you store this number, computer sort of will translate that from binary. Again, we have 1, 4, this is 8 and 16. So this is the number 21 in memory. And maybe that's 21 pixels to create a blue dot or something, 21 pixels to the left or to the right. You know, this is how computers store things. And the computer has to go check what bits are stored. Is it a 1? Is it a 0? And a mistake could be rather problematic, which is why we need high fidelity. We'll get to that later. None of these quantum systems have high fidelity, unfortunately, so they're not usable yet. Rather remarkably, okay, so computers do this every second, right? They do this every minute, every millisecond, every nanosecond. They're looking at memory and determining what state are these bits in. And there's lots of bits. They form bytes, and then we have megabytes and gigabytes and terabytes, and even petabytes and exabytes. Rather remarkably, we cannot examine a qubit to determine its quantum state. So we cannot tell what the values of alpha and beta are. Instead, quantum mechanics tells us that we can only acquire much more restricted information about the qubit state, the quantum state. When we measure a qubit, we will get either 0 or 1. And the probabilities, we square it for a specific reason, but the probabilities have to sum to 1. Anyone know why we square it? Yeah, this is Mike and Ike. Yeah, you got it. So you can also note that you can interpret this as the qubit state is normalized to length 1. What does that mean? What does this look like? What equation does this look like? Some of you guys went to high school, I think. There you go. It's also circle. Either way. Geometrically, that's that. Thus, in general, a qubit state is a unit vector with a two-dimensional complex vector space. Okay? This dichotomy between the unobservable state of a qubit and the observations we can make lies at the heart of quantum computing. In most of our abstract models of the world, there's a direct correspondence between elements of the abstraction and the real world. The architect's plans for the building are in correspondence with the final building. The lack of this direct correspondence makes it difficult to have intuition about quantum. But there is an indirect correspondence. Qubit states can be manipulated and transformed in ways which lead to measurement outcomes which depend on the properties of the state. So the quantum states have real experimentally verifiable consequences, which we'll see is essential to how quantum computing works. So the ability for a qubit to be in a superposition state is counter to common sense. We don't understand the physical world around us, but the quantum world is much different from the physical world. You know, if any of you guys watched my lectures in chemistry, I did a whole 15 video series or something like that on general chemistry, and we talked about the quantum world and how at very small sizes classical physics tends to break down. A classical bit is like a coin. It's either heads or tails, right? But for imperfect coins, there may be intermediate states like balanced on an edge, but we basically disregard that and keep the abstract state. A qubit can exist in a continuum of states between 0 and 1 until it is observed. Okay? Pretty wild stuff. Let's emphasize again, when a qubit is measured, it only can give 0 or 1 as its result, but it's probabilistic. So here's an even qubit state. Why does it look like this? Well, we have to do the square root of 1/2. But this is what it looks like. So normally, I would tell you, well, if I wanted to do a 50-50, well, that's pretty easy, right? I can just do 0.5. I was going to do a different thing. But I could do 0.5 of this guy, right? 50-50. Just like if I wanted to average a moving average of 2 prices, this is how I do it. I don't even need the coefficients, to be honest. But because 50% is 1/2, and because I have to take the square root of this, it's best to do, we usually try to simplify it if we can, but this is equal to this. So we just square root of 1 is 1. And that's how we have the square root of 1/2 plus the square root of 1/2 when squared will equal 1. So these are the probabilities. Okay. So this is a 50% of the time when I observe this guy. Okay? I'll see 0. I'll see the off state. And the other 50% of the time when I observe it, I'll see this. I'll see the on state. So this is a 50-50 coin flip in quantum world. Pretty cool, because as we may know from computing, it's kind of hard to do random numbers. Now, these are true random numbers, and some people think one of the advantages of quantum computing is that you can get true random numbers, which is true. And that is one of the advantages. And this state has often got an abbreviation. We use it so often. It's just called this. All right, so when we measure this, half the time we're going to get a 0 and half the time we're going to get a 1. So it's kind of like flipping a coin. You get heads and tails. And slowly but surely it'll sort of approach 50-50. Qubits are real. Their existence and behavior has been validated. And many systems can be used to realize qubits. There's ion traps, which Alejandro apparently he knows those are the best ones. There's superconductors. There's neutral atoms. There's lots of ways. There's Majorana. But we got to listen to Alejandro because he knows. He knows it's the ion trap, right? I've done interviews with quantum researchers on Spaces. I talked to a PsiQuantum guy on Spaces. It was good. And I asked him questions. I had a great opportunity to learn from an expert. So to get a concrete feel for how qubit can be realized, it's helpful to put a list of ways this realization may occur. Okay, the simplest way is polarization. 2 different polarizations of a photon. Okay, let's keep this in the back of our mind because we might go back to this. The alignment of nuclear spin in a uniform magnetic field. Well, that's called NMR. We already have NMR. It's not a big market. This is a major book. It's the book, canonical book in the field by Michael Nielsen and Isaac Chung. All right, 2 states of an electron orbiting a single atom. Let's look at that. Here's one state where the atom, we'll call it, is in 0 position, or the electron is in 0 position, and another state where it's in 1 position. Okay, the electron is either in the ground state or in the excited state, and there's no in-between state. That was an important finding. That's when we start saying the word quanta. It's discrete, not continuous. By shining light on the atom with the right amount of energy for the right time, you can move the electron from 0 to 1. It'll eventually drop from 1 to 0. But interestingly, we can also put it in superposition where it's halfway between 0 and 1. But what does that mean? How do we interpret that? Is it really halfway between 0 and 1? No, it's probabilistic. Half the time when we observe it, it'll be in 0. Half the time when we observe it, it'll be 1. So a good question from the community. Ulysses asks, what do you make of the intelligence community store now, decrypt later? So this is the idea that the NSA and the Chinese equivalent is basically hoovering all of our information from hacked lines and hacked communications and just downloading the whole internet, especially certain targets, like maybe a diplomat's traffic or something like that, and basically saying, I can't decrypt this right now because I don't know how to invert, a private key. But when quantum comes around, I'm going to decrypt it. Well, the problem with that is when quantum comes around 20, 30 years from now, we'll be able to decrypt old information. And right now, a lot of the best information is already being stored on post-quantum cryptography. And furthermore, a lot of the best information is kind of well known already. One of the things about espionage is that so much of what we learn in espionage is already known to everybody, and that signals intelligence like this, well, there's a lot of ways to get signals intelligence. You can do it with microphones. You can do it with other kinds of computer hacks. You don't need to descramble an encrypted line. It's maybe 5% of the way. In fact, the WikiLeaks cable releases, I remember cooking up some popcorn and saying, oh man, they're going to release diplomatic cables. This is crazy. All the state secrets are going to come out. Wow. And then when they came out, nobody thought they were interesting. There was nothing in there that was fascinating. The Chinese said, one Chinese ambassador was caught saying that Chinese economic numbers are fake. Well, everyone knew that. Another diplomat said, well, the Russians, they're all a bunch of drunks. Well, that's what people thought anyway. There was nothing that was really that secret that was being communicated. Of course, these diplomats, sometimes heads of state, they didn't want to communicate their secrets, right? They were really embarrassing. But they also weren't saying anything that interesting. So if somebody read your communications or my communications, well, you'd see what I'm saying to my friends. You can guess, right? Talking about money, big booty bitches, yachts, private jets. No, I'm kidding. It's all the stuff you would imagine, and none of it's that interesting. And certainly none of it is worth paying billions and billions and billions for. Now, if you're a spy, or a spy hunter, yeah, I'd want to know the list of spies that might be in the FBI, in the CIA. Yeah, I might want to know military plans. But you still have to know where to look. The internet's a big ocean. So you kind of have to know where to look. And by the time we have quantum, all that information is going to be old and useless. So, I think that the idea that the NSA really wants this is a little bit, if you actually talk to some people in these circles, I'm not sure they're that useful. I'm not sure the NSA is going to buy a lot of this stuff. And the NSA budget is not that big, believe it or not. It's not that big. They're not going to spend all their money on this. And some say they already have it. I disagree. But regardless, there's back doors. There's some back doors. So you often don't need it. What you can accomplish with normal side channel attacks without a quantum computer, what you could accomplish with a quantum computer, right? So what's a side channel attack? Anybody know? Let's ask ChatGPT. Give me a good example of a side channel attack. Classic example is a timing attack. Imagine a secure login system. You type in your password, and it's going to try to it's going to check your password, right? And your password is wrong. The first character doesn't match, so it says this isn't your password, right? Well, if you try testing passwords and one of the passwords takes way longer, I'm talking milliseconds, but it takes twice as long to determine that's the wrong password. You say, wait a second, why is the computer taking longer to determine? Interesting. Maybe it's closer. Yeah, Mustafa's got a good one there. Maybe it's closer to, I'm closer to the password than it looks. Yeah, fan speed, electricity, these are all side channel attacks. Everything is quantum. We need it now. The White House needs it. We need to spend more money on quantum. Okay. A great deal of attention has been given to the meaning or interpretation that might be attached to superposition states and of the probabilistic nature of these observations, but we're not going to concern ourselves with that. Our intent is to develop mathematical and conceptual pictures which are predictive. Let's look at the following geometric representation. I think this is where we lose everyone, including me. So what the heck is this guy? Does anybody know this equation? E to the I, that should already make you crazy, gamma times cosine of theta over 2, kind of looks similar to the one we looked at before, right? Of the 0 position, plus e to the I gamma of sine of theta over 2 of the 1 position. Notice we have this e to the I outside and inside. This isn't exactly quantum mechanics. Oh yeah, it's not gamma, you're right. Phi. Okay. So apparently we can factor this out. So now we're down to just this. And again, this looks pretty similar to the one we looked at earlier, except we have got cosine of this as our coefficient. And here we've got sine of, well, it's not. It looks similar to that, but it's cosine of, this is the coefficient. This is the coefficient here. I would say the whole term is coefficient, but you could argue that this is the coefficient as well. So we can write it this way instead, and that theta and phi are points on the Bloch sphere. Here's the Bloch sphere. This is an elementary concept in quantum computing. So I want you to, if you could take away anything from this video, you say, I now know what a qubit is, sort of. We haven't really gotten into it, have we? Linear combination of states. I use a mouse. And then I have a tablet here somewhere. I gotta go find it. And then, oh, okay. Did you see this thing where the average physicist IQ is 30 points ahead of other majors? It's like 130. It's wild. Smartest people in physics. That's why I couldn't cut it. Bloch sphere representation of qubits. So this is the Bloch sphere. So anything, if anything you take away here is you could say that, you know, Shkreli showed you the Bloch sphere. So here's the Bloch sphere. Doesn't look like as much of a sphere as we'd like it to be, right? We don't get the curvature just right. But that's a sphere. And so we have a z direction, right? I don't think Grok is 10x better than ChatGPT, but I appreciate your opinion. I'll take that and hold on a second. What am I going to do with your opinion? Let's see here. There it is. You like that? Here it is. I'm going to put that in the litter box. Appreciate your opinion, though. Okay. So these numbers are points on the unit sphere. So when you learn trigonometry, you learn about what? The unit circle, right? And you learn how to do your little trigonometry. Well, this is a unit sphere, right? And we are going to use polar coordinates, damn it. So this sphere is really useful for visualizing the state of a qubit. You're going to see this a lot, the Bloch sphere, and it's a really good tool mentally to kind of think about quantum. And so a lot of the times when we do gates in quantum, we're just moving it on the Bloch sphere. We might be rotating it or flipping a sign, right? So the Bloch sphere is B-L-O-C-H. It was Seymour Bloch, physicist, but I don't remember. And so all these operations in quantum are kind of like very nice to visualize in the Bloch sphere. But there is no Bloch sphere for a lot of different sort of, you know, the abstraction reaches an end at some point. Felix Bloch, thank you. So how much information is represented by a qubit? This is a really fun idea. There's an infinite number of points on the unit sphere, right? Just like there is on the unit circle, right? Reals are infinite. In fact, there's a cardinality, as you guys may know, from what? From 0 to 1. Which is bigger? The amount of numbers from 0 to 1? Or the amount of integers from 0 to infinity? Which is bigger? You guys know? Let's ask see if ChatGPT knows. What is bigger, the amount of reals from 0 to 1, or the amount of integers from 0 to infinity? Light work for French, for the Polak. What's up? There we go. Pretty simple. There you go. Hypocrit knows. Everybody knows, apparently, although Ben answered 4 times. You all right, Ben? You all right? Ben answered 5 times. You don't need to answer 5 times, Ben. I know you're excited. I know you're a Cantor fan. So this is Aleph null. This is a Jewish number. Sorry, I couldn't resist. So Aleph null and Aleph, is this Aleph 1? What's the size of the uncountably infinite? Well, you know, we can't say it, but you know what kind of number it is. There's no way to classify it. It's the continuum, isn't it? Baby Rudin. There are, just like in complexity, where you can't always put things in the P or NP box, sometimes you can't put things in the Aleph box either. So there's a lot of open questions on the continuum. This is the biggest one, the continuum hypothesis. Is the size of reals Aleph 1? And this is one of the biggest questions in math. Do you guys know the song Gangster's Paradise? This is a very popular song when I grew up. Oh, OpenAI, what did I just see here? There's a new OpenAI thing. Okay, check that out. Yes, of course, Kurt Gödel. I didn't know that, Ulysses. That's cool. Yeah, this is old school for a lot of people. My dad didn't like me watching this. It's got 2 billion views? You gotta be kidding me. This looks like jail. It's supposed to be high school. This beat was great.
You want to tell me what this is all about?
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never caught the man that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch myself in the pistol sight. Hands in the street light.
That guy's cool. So yeah, Hilbert was a famous mathematician. He said that once Cantor came up with, that's right, Daly. Once Cantor came up with the Aleph system in the diagonalization argument, that nothing could drive us from Cantor's paradise, is what he said. So I made a parody of this. Said, we've been spending most of our lives living in Cantor's paradise.
Look at the situation. Things that's going, I don't know.
So tell me, why are we so blind to see that there's more than one infinity? That's my lyrics. I think I have more lyrics, but that's the key part. This is what you do in prison. You have to Nothing to do. Remix! White and Nerdy is definitely the best parody song. All right, so you blockheads, you have some sense for the block sphere now. Yeah, we are roughly the same age, Ulysses. Okay, so there's an infinite number of points on the sphere, right? So you could store the entire text of Shakespeare in the infinite binary expansion of theta. Well, between 0 and 1, you could store any infinite expansion, but you lose precision, right? And this was the old Sagan joke. Where's Begahandro? This is the old Carl Sagan idea that if you ever watch the great film Contact, one of my favorite movies, well, the idea in the book is that if you calculate pi out, and this is not true, by the way, but some of you will probably think it's true. Begahandro will probably think it's true. If you calculate pi out, you of course get the normal digits, right? But guess what? At some point, pi is not random. So after a while, you get a string of zeros. Okay? And those zeros tell you that the instructions for the universe are coming next. And it sort of gives you this binary of, how to build space travel or something. And it's code from the creator of the universe. It's in there. It's all in pi. I don't know. And so it's a great movie. In the movie, they did something different. They said that, right? Well, maybe it's there. Maybe we keep dividing. We might see the code. God did. In the movie, they have a signal that's different sounds, and they listen to the sounds, and they say, what are those sounds? And they realize that they're listening to prime numbers. It's pretty spooky, actually. This is spookier. Although pi is a little spooky, too. Is 27 a prime? Anybody know? I don't think so. All right, so thank you. Three cubed, yeah. That's good, that's good, that's innovative. The behavior of a qubit, when observed, we're only gonna get 1 or 0, so it doesn't help us to store the entire corpus of Shakespeare, does it? Measurement changes the state of a qubit, collapsing the superposition of 0 and 1 to a specific state. So if we measure it and it gives 0, the post-measurement state of the qubit is 0. Why does this type of collapse occur? Nobody knows. We just don't know. This is the fundamental postulate of quantum mechanics. God made it that way. We don't know. That's about all we know. Well, that's about all we've got. What is relevant for our purposes is that from a single measurement, one obtains only a single bit of information about the state of the qubit. So are we losing information? Is information conserved or destroyed? Seems like it's getting destroyed, isn't it? Isn't it? What does it say about entropy? Right? Isn't entropy supposed to go up in infinity? Is entropy information? Or is the opposite? We're taking information, we're creating randomness. So yeah, it's like a black hole. Yeah, so that's some smart people here. Okay. Only if infinitely many identically prepared qubits were measured, one would able to measure the coefficients, alpha and beta. Only if infinitely many identically prepared qubits could we measure the state. Why? Because we're probabilistically sampling it, right? Yeah.
Okay. But an even more interesting question: how much information is represented by a qubit if we do not measure it? This is a trick question. Because how can one quantify information if it cannot be measured? Huh, Alejandro? You got an answer for that? There is something conceptually important here, because when nature evolves a closed quantum system of qubits, not performing any measurement, she apparently does keep track of all the continuous variables describing the state, like alpha and beta. So this is the important question. We have all these quantum mechanical processes going on. How can nature as a computer be holding all this information? It's a lot of information. This is Shadow Realm. Yeah, we're going to talk about Bell. Bell comes into play quite a lot. In fact, in Aronson's book, Bell is ever present. So the state of a qubit has tons of hidden information. We'll see shortly that this potential amount of extra information grows exponentially with the number of qubits. So if you understand this hidden quantum information, you'll understand quantum computing. And this is why this hidden information that we can't observe, right? We cannot observe this. This is what lurks. This is what makes quantum computing possible. When we observe it, it collapses. It's gone. It goes to 1 or 0. But when the qubits are in their quantum state in superposition, they can contain an infinite amount of information. Infinite. Yeah, Anonymous got the answers. So then the book goes to multiple qubits, and it gets very hard to understand from here. Here's EPR, which you guys are talking about in chat, John Bell. Even just the next 2 pages are very, very hard to understand. And then some pages after that are as well. Now, some of you are smarter than me, although the probability of that is exceedingly low. Some of you are, because there's selection bias here. And this is Mike and Ike, the one and only. So, you know, some of you can read this and I can't, and that's great. But I didn't do physics. Michael Nielsen's famous book, the only book about quantum computing. If you jump in my Discord, maybe I'll share the PDF, maybe, but you can find it. You can find it. I believe in you. So if you want to be a quantum computing expert, you can read that. You can read all the stuff about arXiv, but it works the same way in biotech. Do you want to read all the stuff in biotech? Yes, it turns out. The guys who run the most successful biotech funds, they're doctors. Or MD PhDs or PhDs, yeah. You got to learn. Sucks. I know. It's awful. Or you can just buy the stocks and leave it alone. Now, you need to have a little bit of trading sense and investing sense. You can't just be a scientist, right? Science alone isn't going to tell you if something's a good investment. Science alone is going to teach you science, which is great, and sometimes can be used to make good investments. There you go. Payok knows. It can sometimes lead you to good investments, but a lot of times the scientists, as smart as they are, one, they don't understand the psychology in the markets. Moonbear is exactly right there. Psychology dominates the markets in the short run. What's true or false basically doesn't matter. What's true or false does matter in the long run. But in the short run, it doesn't make a difference, really. And so understanding the physics of it is kind of, to me, like understanding the biochemistry.
When I say psychology, of course I mean market psychology. I don't mean the actual study of the mind. Yeah, so anyway, in any event, understanding it a little bit better, computing some of the quantum physics, it'll help you, I think, understand why I've reached the position I've reached, which is I don't think there's a valuable thing you could do with quantum. But you also have to, respect the market psychology and all that. I mean, it's not as simple as saying, well, these things don't work, they'll never work. Well, people think, some other people, like Bagahondro, they think it might work. They think it might be useful. Why? Who cares? It doesn't matter. As long as they're buying it, what difference does it make? And when do people buy the speculative stuff? They buy it when they have money. They buy it when they have money to burn, right? They have it when they buy NFTs, right? So everything Bagahondro says is the same exact thing with NFTs. You could have said, Bored Apes are the new Picasso. You're the stupid one. Right? You're the dumb one for not having one, for not paying $1 million for Bored Apes. But when people need money, they sell their Bored Apes. That's not information to me, Alejandro. That's just randomness. Well, Jay, dude, you win some shorts, you lose some shorts. It's a diametric opposite of Cassava. Cassava worked virtually instantly. People thought I was some voodoo demon for predicting its collapse almost instantaneously. But, we know better. We've been stalking it for months. And then for this trade, I think a lot of us would be happy to break even. I know I would. So for a lot of us, it's you're going to have a distribution of shorts. If your worst short doesn't lose you money, then you've got the best trader in all time. I doubt I'm going to make money on these quantum computing stocks net. But it's possible. But it's, I'd like to, make some back at least. It's a very much easier place to enter now, Jay Dude, sure. But it could get worse. We don't know. But again, that's why you have a Cassava, a Galectin, all this stuff. I mean, Galectin, they were trying to sell apple peels as a treatment for liver fibrosis. Did you really need to understand much more than that? Quantum computers can't factor 5-digit numbers. Right? Did you need to understand more than that? Yeah, the Galectin short was a lot of fun. I think it'll crash. Of course I think it'll crash.
I don't know what the catalyst will be. It's hard to say. Look, trading involves losses. I mean, there's just, that's part of the game. I've never met a trader that didn't have losses. In fact, at the end of the year, if you look at your tax forms, usually it'll say something crazy. And the first time I saw this, it spooked me a bit. But in essence, it'll say something like security proceeds, $15 million. Security costs, $15.1 million. And you look at it and say, what the fuck? I had a small account, I had a $100,000 account. No, you traded $60 million, $100 million. For me, in some years, it was well over $1 billion of stocks traded. Well, you go back and forth in stocks, that's what happens. And that amount of trading will result in, some small amount of profit, right? But make no mistake, you have to add up all the gains and losses and either up or down at the end. Anyways. You want me to pirate a book just for you, Franco? Mr. Skrellig, piracy is technically a crime on the federal statute. We're be asking you to report back to prison. And we're not fucking asking. Get in the car. God damn. Thanks a lot, Franco. Not talking to you, Payak. I don't really know Boeing that well. Valuable for what? That's the question. What are they going to be valuable for? For your imagination or for something industrial? That people marvel at the technical nature of it. Sure, it's amazing. I love it. But what? For what? What's it good for? That's the question. If you can't point to something that a product is good for, well, guess what? When I go pitch a startup, imagine if they said, well, what's your product good for? And I said, I don't know yet. Who would do that? Who would invest? Well, that sounds even better. But where, Mr. Rush, where are we going to see an application? And where are we going to see superiority? It doesn't look like we're going to see it. You're right, Ethan. You're right. All right, let's look at some stocks. Enough of this nonsense. Market-wise,
Is it a 33 cap? Is that right? Looks like a dog. Look like a dog. The fuck? The hell? Is this the old Stansbury? No. It's Agora. These guys' subscribers are worse than Chegs. Yeah, we can look at GE, Mike. That's pretty interesting. Really interesting. I do have this different share classes I'm a little worried about there. The market cap's bigger than just that 2 million. And it's operating at break even, so that's not that exciting. $5.9. Yeah. PayPal.
Okay, so this is a software engineering agent from OpenAI. Interesting. How does it work?
Introducing Codex, a cloud-based software engineering agent that can work on many tasks in parallel, powered by Codex One. Available to ChatGPT Pro, Team, and Enterprise users today, and Plus users soon. Today, we're launching a research preview of Codex, a cloud-based software engineering agent that can work on many tasks in parallel. Codex can perform tasks for you, such as writing features, answering questions about your codebase, fixing bugs, and proposing pull requests for review. Each task runs in its own cloud sandbox environment, preloaded with your repository. Codex is powered by Codex-1, a version of OpenAI O3 optimized for software engineering. It was trained using reinforcement learning on real-world coding tasks in a variety of environments to generate code that closely mirrors human style and PR preferences, adheres precisely to instructions, and can iteratively run tests until it receives a passing result. We're starting to roll out Codex to ChatGPT Pro, Enterprise, and Team users today, with support for Plus and Edu coming soon. How Codex works. Today, you can access Codex through the sidebar in ChatGPT and assign it new coding tasks by typing a prompt and clicking Code. If you want to ask Codex a question about your codebase, click Ask. Each task is processed independently in a separate, isolated environment preloaded with your codebase. Codex can read and edit files, as well as run commands including test harnesses, linters, and type checkers. Task completion typically takes between 1 and 30 minutes, depending on complexity, and you can monitor Codex's progress in real time. Once Codex completes a task, it commits its changes in its environment. Codex provides verifiable evidence of its actions through citations of terminal logs and test outputs, allowing you to trace each step taken during task completion. You can then review the results, request further revisions, open a GitHub pull request, or directly integrate the changes into your local environment. In the product, you can configure the Codex environment to match your real development environment as closely as possible. Codex can be guided by agents.md files placed within your repository. These are text files, akin to readme.md, where you can inform Codex how to navigate your codebase, which commands to run for testing, and how best to adhere to your project's standard practices. Like human developers, Codex agents perform best when provided with configured dev environments, reliable testing setups, and clear documentation. On coding evaluations and internal benchmarks, Codex One shows strong performance even without agents.md files or custom scaffolding, building safe and trustworthy agents. We're releasing Codex as a research preview in line with our iterative deployment strategy. We prioritized security and transparency when designing Codex so users can verify its outputs, a safeguard that grows increasingly more important as AI models handle more complex coding tasks independently and safety considerations evolve. Users can check Codex's work through citations, terminal logs, and test results. When uncertain or faced with test failures, the Codex agent explicitly communicates these issues, enabling users to make informed decisions about how to proceed. It still remains essential for users to manually review and validate all agent-generated code before integration and execution, aligning to human preferences. A primary goal while training Codex One was to align outputs closely with human coding preferences and standards. Compared to OpenAI O3, Codex One consistently produces cleaner patches ready for immediate human review and integration into standard workflows.
So it's Cursor with PRs? Kind of?
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Software engineering is changing, and by the end of 2025, it's going to look fundamentally different. In 2021, we announced our first model that we called Codex. This was the first time that we've really demonstrated what we would now call vibe coding. Just a couple weeks ago, we released Codex CLI, which is a local agent that runs on your laptop in your own terminal. You're able to pair with and interact with in a synchronous fashion. Today, we're going to take a step towards where we think software engineering is going. And we are releasing a new system, which is a remote software agent that can run many tasks in parallel. We call this system, in the grand tradition of OpenAI naming, Codex. The thing that is exciting about Codex is that it runs with your repository, your environment on OpenAI compute. So you're able to run many, many copies of it. So you're able to do many tasks in parallel, fire them off, come back to them later, which is something that we'll be showing you today. We're rolling this out to ChatGPT for Pro, Enterprise, and Teams users starting today. And we will be following up with Plus and EDU in the future. Codex is powered by a new model that we call Codex 1. This is our best coding model to date. We've taken O3 and we've optimized it for not just the benchmarks, but really for the kind of code that people actually want to merge into their code base. So thinking about comments, thinking about extraneous changes, thinking about the style, so that it's something that actually really accelerates people's work. And so to show you this system, which we're so excited to share with you, we have many members of the Codex team.
Hey, I'm Hanson. I'm one of the members of the Codex research team.
I'm Josh, and I'm an engineer on the Codex team.
And I'm Thibaut, and I built code agents and the infrastructure to power them. I'm going to be jumping right into the demo. So normally you would have to connect your GitHub account. I've already done that for myself. And here I'm going to be selecting my repo. I have selected an open source repo, the preparedness repo, which contains some of our frontier evals made by the amazing preparedness team that we have here. And this is relevant, like frontier evals are really about agents. So I'm just going to be using that environment. And then I'm greeted with 3 tasks that we believe are good to get started with on any repo. The first one is an ask task, which just asks the code agent, Codex, to explain the code base to a newcomer, explain the general structure. The second one is a code task, which asks to find and fix a bug somewhere in the repo. Most of the repos, as you all know, have bugs. So let's see if the Codex agent can find one. I did not put any bugs in there. This is code that we work with every day. And so we're going to be showing 2 repos today. One is the preparedness repo, and the other one is the Codex CLI one. And the final one is one that I'm really excited about, where I ask it to go through the code base and not just explore the code base, but also come up with proactive task suggestions that it could be doing on its own. So let's start those. Now we have 3 Codex agents working on these tasks concurrently, just in the background. And what I'm also going to do is, one of my favorites is find as many typos and grammar mistakes as you can and fix them. I think this didn't matter. Let's see if it understands also that my instructions as I make typos. And I have scheduled a task just before this, before we were going to jump on this, where I asked something quite interesting to the Codex agent. I ask it about one of my goals. I say, my code base I want it to be maintainable and bug-free. Read through the code, propose some tasks that would help with this goal, and don't overemphasize on to-dos. To-dos are everywhere in code bases. Those I know about. I want novel things. And so the Codex agent went through the code base, and in its little environment, as we're going to show you, it found out about multiple things. Let's have a look. One of them here looks like we are having mutable defaults as arguments. Let's have Codex fix that.
Definitely fix that.
So let's schedule that. Correct variable spelling. I believe this will get fixed as part of the other task, but let's schedule that anyway. And then here, there was a little consistency about how we set timeouts. One time we set it to 120, another time we set it to 60. This Codex agent here has proposed a task for itself. So we are delegating the delegation here, which blows my mind every time. And I'm just going to say, make it 120. I think this is the right timeout here. And let's have it code that for us. And then let's jump into maybe this task here and see the Codex agent at work. So this isn't running on my laptop here. What exactly is going on here, and how does this work?
Yeah, that's a great question, Divo. So as evidence from just seeing all these tasks launch in parallel, we now need new agentic coding infrastructure for this world where agents need not only their own GPUs, but also a couple of CPUs. So this runs on OpenAI's compute infrastructure. It's actually, in fact, the same infrastructure we use for our reinforcement learning, and which means, fortunately, even ahead of this launch, it's been battle tested on the large-scale training runs that we do. And crucially, it's also consistent between what the agent sees during training and what the agent sees later in production. So each of these tasks runs in its own micro VM sandbox, a file system, CPU, memory, network policy, and the agent has free reign within it, right? So the agent has learned how to use all your POSIX commands like grep, sed, knows how to run linting, formatting, and obviously it likes to write and execute a whole bunch of code.
Yeah, one thing that I really love about this interface is just how lightweight it makes it to spin up tasks, right? It's just your tasks left and right. And I think that really makes it a big difference for how you use it.
I think it's a lot of powerful infrastructure, and like the web interface makes it nice to interface with it, but I think it's also a lot more configurable.
Yeah, so each task runs what we call environment, essentially more or less a repo, but with environment variables, secrets, a set of scripts configured so that you can customize the runtime to more fully unlock the agent's capabilities. When we worked with early alpha testers, we found that you get really big early wins by installing something as simple as a linter or a formatter. We actually now install a lot of those by default. And of course, our power users have all their test dependencies set up. For OpenAI's internal environments, we have even pre-commit hooks set up. So as the agent's coding, it's actually committing, seeing what the commit hooks say. Really similar to actually my own dev environment.
That sounds really exciting. Maybe let's watch it work. And we're going to jump to an environment that we have fully configured, like the Codex CLI, and let's demo something cool with it.
Yeah, so I think one of my favorite use cases for Codex is its ability to find and resolve complex issues. So even leading up to this launch, I think Codex actually found and fixed a couple of critical bugs in our code. But here we're looking at the Codex CLI, which Thibaut and I have worked on. So we've got a bug report from a user here. Basically, when they have file names with special characters, the diff command in the CLI shows up with an error message. And so one of the things we've trained our agents to do is not just like address these issues, but also we've introduced this concept of an agent's MD file. So we know for developers it's extremely important to provide steerability and instruction to the model. And so the first thing we'll see it do here, it'll actually take a look at the agent's MD file in the repository. And so here we've provided some instructions about the layout of the repository. You can see one of the special instructions here, we've asked it to print some ASCII art to the terminal. I think, does that look like a cat to you guys?
It's a different cat every time.
It passes my cat test.
Yeah, pretty good. And then I think we also saw above that basically we also told it, like here's the TypeScript part of the repo in the Codex CLI. And along with some instructions about how to run tests here, which is pretty important for the agent. So one of the cool things about the way we train these models with end-to-end reinforcement learning, they not just write code, but they also know how to navigate the code base and even reproduce the issues. So here, it's written a little script for itself. So you can see it's similar to us. I don't know about you guys, but I love to use print debugging.
Never.
That's something we see emergent kind of as part of the RL training. It actually wrote a little script here to reproduce the issue. It's written a file actually that matches the user's description. And it's actually able to execute the code to actually verify that the issue's able to be reproduced.
It's displaying a lot of complex behavior that is very similar to how we all work. How do we teach the agent to do that?
Yeah, I think so. We have a lot of these kinds of tasks in training. We use end-to-end reinforcement learning to actually verify that it completes the entire cycle from writing code to running tests, and then we verify that it actually is able to complete the tasks and satisfy, for example, both style checks and programmatic checks, and many other things. And then we can see that on evaluations like Sweetbench, this results in state-of-the-art performance. So it's actually we can see here it's actually found the issue and it's actually writing a test for itself now so we can see that it's verifying its work for us, and it's almost done here. So it's actually now it's even running linters to verify that the code is matching our style expectations.
And I saw it refer back to its agents.md here.
Yeah, exactly. So as part of the agents.md, you can provide detailed guidelines on, for example, like commit messages and PR messages and how exactly you want your code to be structured.
It looks like it's preparing files for commit.
Yeah, I think it's almost done. So just within, like the time that we spent talking, this change probably would have taken me, like at least 30 minutes or even hours to debug, and just in a moment, I think we'll see the final PR.
And the other thing is, you could do this from your phone.
Exactly. Yeah, it looks like it's on the PR. How's this look to you, Thibaut?
Let's have a look. It's kind of tricky to review code so fast here, but one of the things here is that it did add a test. It's a repro test for the issue that we mentioned. So this seems to match here. And also what gives me confidence is that it actually ran this test. And there is like a little proof here, which we'll talk about later, where I gain a lot of confidence here that this test is actually passing. So I would just go and like push and create a PR here. But now that we have a whole bunch more tasks to have completed, what do you think, Greg?
I mean, I think this is magic. I'm definitely feeling the AGI here. Thank you all. And I think that what this system, in my mind, shows is that we're moving beyond thinking of our AI systems as just language models, right? That we're really building systems around them. So it's not just about the core AI intelligence. It's really about what tools it has access to, the environment that it is able to operate within, the kinds of sort of real world, conditions that it's been trained to be exposed to. It's starting to feel much more like the interface that we're going to see for a real AGI. Still much more to build, but it's starting to feel like it has the right form factor. And so here to tell you more about how we build the system are more members of the team.
Hi, everyone. I'm Andre. I work on research and systems for reinforcement learning and coding agents.
Andre, you need to get a haircut.
I'm Katie.
Bro.
I'm on the research team here.
I'm Jerry. I also work on research here. If we look back at the history, we've been working on large language models that cover here.
I'm Katie. I'm on the research team here.
I'm Jerry. I also work on research here. If we look back at the history, we've been working on large language models that code for many years already. The first Codex models we have released that powered GitHub Copilot and was little more than a smart autocomplete. And I think they have started a revolution of AI-powered coding that we really see take off today. Since then, we've worked on a lot of things. We've improved every layer of our pre-training stack to make our models really, really great at all kinds of programming tasks. At the moment GPT-4 was released, it was by far the best programming model in the world. We've also constantly iterated on our post-training recipe to make the models in ChatGPT really great at answering users' programming-related questions. Every day, millions of users use ChatGPT to accelerate their work. However, working with LLMs on a programming-related projects still feels pretty clunky. It does require a lot of hand-holding and context switching. I believe the current paradigm of scaling up reinforcement learning finally can take us to the place where we can automate larger chunks of work, where our models can work on, where we can tell them what we want to do, not necessarily how, and they can work for extended period of time on that task for a user on a real production code base. Even more importantly, the infrastructure that we are opening up for it is perfectly scalable. It doesn't run on your laptop, it runs on the cloud. At a single push of a button, you can spin up 1 agent, 10 agents, or 10,000 agents. It's an on-demand AI-powered force multiplier, and you are seeing really great results with it internally.
Cool. So I get to do the part of the demo that is probably the most unlucky, where I'm not going to kick off any tasks, but I'm going to take a look at the tasks that Thibaut, Hansen, and Josh kicked off and hope that they're good. And I think this is actually kind of reflection of where engineering work has moved over the past few years, where a lot of my time now is spent reviewing code rather than writing it. And in that sense, it becomes even more important for our models to be very aligned with what we want. So I will talk you through how we train these models with alignment in mind as we look through a couple of these tasks. So let's click back into the one that Thibaut kicked off here. So I think there's 3 key parts here. On the right, we have the actual code output produced by the model. When we look at code and when you review code, you might look for things like, like having sensible changes, doing exactly what the PR description said, and not having extra changes. You don't want extra comments littered throughout your code. This is feedback that we've heard about our models before. And so something that we really focused on was like having good code quality and style so that code is easier to review. The other thing that we really focused on here was interpretability and verifiable outputs. So on the left side here, we have a model-generated summary of exactly what it did. Right here, it added an import for this function. It tells you what it's doing and like why it's doing it. And it shows you in this citation view exactly the code that it was referencing when it's talking about what it did. And then in the testing section here, the model actually ran the test that it was told to run in the agents.md file. But beyond just actually running the test, the model actually reports whether the test passed or failed. And in this case, you can see exactly where in the work log the test was run, and you can see and verify that it succeeded. Let's take a look at one more task. Okay, so here, there's another task that was done in the preparedness repo where I can take a look over this model output, and it might pass like the smell test to me initially, but I can see from the model's testing output here that it actually didn't manage to pass the test. And so I'm looking here, and it looks like it might be something with like a missing dependency in the environment, maybe Pedantic's not installed. And so this PR might be something that I check back out to my computer and rerun the tests locally. And maybe if I see that this is valuable, this is something I can go back to my environment configuration and reinstall. And ultimately, I think we find Codex to be like as trustworthy, if not more trustworthy, than our own coworkers. I don't have this kind of access to like what Andre did on any given day in terms of like the logs or the actual test outputs. And I think as we move towards this world where AI writes more and more code, this kind of verifiability is going to be really important.
So I'm super excited to share this with all of you today. I've been working on this for more than 2 years, actually a lot of that time with Jerry. It's been a real blast. And we've been using this internally and seeing a lot of really magical moments start to appear. We're sharing this with you today because we think this does represent a glimpse into the future of how software engineering is done. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about how I use the product. So in the lead up to this launch, I've ended up doing a lot of coordination work. I haven't had as much time for coding as I may be used to, or as much as I maybe ideally would like. Sorry. Maybe Greg can empathize with that a little bit. And so if I'm like reviewing someone else's code or...
Yo, I'm going to turn this LLM into wine.
or reading through Slack or playing with the product just to make sure that it's developing well. Sometimes I'll have an idea of like a code change I might like to make, a change in the product or some refactor, and I'll just kick it off in Codex. It takes like 30 seconds. It's a very lightweight thing to do, and then I'll go back to Slack or wherever I am. And then later I'll come back, and the task is sitting there and it's done.
I'm sending these descriptions you guys are sending to the actual people themselves in this video, so keep them coming.
And
keep the roast
sometimes
coming.
it's a small task. It's like a simple string change. Sometimes I was ambitious and I put in a request for like a bigger refactor or some sort of feature. And this by no means works all the time. This is a research preview. We think it's still early days. But sometimes it's like a multi-hundred line diff and I open it and I start reading through it and I'm like, wow, this actually looks like it's correct. And I read through what the model did. Maybe the model ran some tests. Maybe those tests failed and the model fixed the test failure. I look on the left and all the little test results are green. And I'm like, this change actually looks really good. Let me open a PR. Maybe I'll send it to a colleague for review. Maybe they'll approve it and we'll merge it and it lands in the code base. And then I take a step back and I realize I just landed like a non-trivial change, like a large change often in our code base, and that branch never even hit my laptop. It was just something that happened completely through this interaction with an async delegation to one of these agents. And when that works, it's really a magical moment, and it's really amazing. And when I talk to other colleagues,
I mean, you're the son of God. It should be somewhat amazing.
They're using the product too, and they're using it in different ways. And they're having magical moments and magical interactions with it of their own. And you can see some of those stories in the videos that we're linking from the blog associated with this release. So that's all very exciting to see, but what I'm most excited about is to share this with all of you today and see what you all do with it.
One of the things that I find really exciting about how Codex works is it has very non-human strengths and weaknesses. And so it really means that you get much more out of it if you start thinking of it as not just a static tool that you just use without having to build expertise. But if you really optimize your code base around what it can do, you start, honestly, most of what Codex benefits from is just what is good software.
The immaculate PR.
For engineering practices, in terms of modular code bases with good tests and things like that. You're able to just move so fast, and we've seen that happen internally with many people at OpenAI. We are releasing this today to ChatGPT enterprise teams and pro users. We're going to have very generous rate limits. We're going to start out without any additional pricing. Over time, as we start to get some feedback and some sense of how people are using it, we'll introduce more rate limits. We'll be rolling out to Plus and EDU users that we'll be thinking about if there's pricing for how to get additional queries. In general, we're just so excited to see how people use it because we've seen every single person at OpenAI uses Codex differently. Now, we're not nearly at the end of this journey. We're very much at the beginning. That we're going to continue to improve Codex. We're going to make it be integrated into far more systems, like be there in your issue tracker, release an API so that you can have it automatically be integrated into your CI. So if there's a CI error, you don't have to fix it anymore, that Codex takes care of it. We also are continuing to develop Codex CLI, which again is a local agent that runs on your laptop. We're releasing a mini model today, and we're also going to be releasing sign-in with ChatGPT to make it easier to get up and running. Now, if you think about it, there's two different form factors that we've talked about. There's the local synchronous on your computer version, but there's also what Codex is of an asynchronous in the cloud, runs on its own computer. And we think that the future is going to be these two systems coming together. Right? What you really want is you want a remote coworker with its own computer, but who can also look over your shoulder. And so you're there typing away, you're working on some change, you're like, I want to go to lunch. Codex, can you finish this? It just takes it over seamlessly and runs it in the cloud. Or if you have a question about something or you want to pull down a change because your dependency isn't installed or something like that, it all just moves around totally seamlessly. So it's a coworker, it's a intern that you can delegate to, it's a mentor, it's a pair programmer, and all of these at once. And so our goal really is to help accelerate the useful work that is done to help it be so there's more software engineers in the world, so that there's more programming that is done that is useful and able to move forward the world. So we're just so excited to see what you're going to do with Codex. Thank you all.
All right. AI Witcher, AI Jesus. Did we find a name for her?
Not just
Leather Jacket Nerd, I believe. The funniest part was when she said that it was better than her colleagues. I gulped.
There's this world where AI writes more and more code. This kind of verifiability is going to be really important.
So
you can see her smiling at the end.
Looks like it might be something with like a missing dependency in the environment, maybe Pydantic's not installed. And so this PR might be something that I check back out to my computer and rerun the tests locally. And maybe if I see that this is valuable, this is something I can go back to my environment configuration and reinstall. And ultimately, I think we find Codex to be like as trustworthy, if not more trustworthy, than our own coworkers. I don't have.
Whoa! What the fuck? Say that again.
Trustworthy, if not. And ultimately, I think we find Codex to be like as trustworthy, if not more trustworthy, than our own coworkers.
Look at his face. Let's zoom in on this shit. He said, "Excuse me." Can we zoom in, camera guy? Can we get a little zoom here? Is the best we can do? You can do better. Get me close.
I don't have creation and reinstall. And ultimately, I think we find Codex to be like as trustworthy, if not more trustworthy, than our own coworkers. I don't have this kind of not more trustworthy than our own coworkers. I don't have, I don't trustworthy, if not more trustworthy than our own coworkers. I don't have, I don't have this kind of access to like what Andre did on any given day in terms of like the logs or the actual test outputs. And I think as we move towards this world where AI writes more and more code, this kind of verifiability is going to be really important.
Look at her face. She knows. Right there where the chin goes. You see the chin? Look at this.
Test outputs. And I think as we move towards this world where AI writes more and more code, this kind of verifiability is going to be really
Signal
important.
of embarrassment.
So I'm super excited to share this with all of you today.
Yeah, that was a little ad lib. She's like, I'm gonna have to answer for this one. You know, I was just feeling the AGI, Sam. All right. I think it was live. There's not much detail on that alleged investment. I don't know what's going to happen to CoreWeave. What's up, kitty cat? Look at my love. Look at my little love here. Yes, yes, I love you. Hello. It is my coffee. Lay off. Oh no, don't make yourself at home now. No news, no news. I'm a Buffett style guy. I mean, I think that if there's some attractive trades, I like to make them. But a lot of times I'm buying stocks where there's often a rapid change in their business. So that makes the situation a lot more volatile than somebody else who likes to buy stocks and just hold them forever because they find a management team that's good. One of the important things about my portfolio is that I have my own companies usually, and so I'm long those. So I like to short stuff that's not my company, if that makes sense. I mean, QUBT is just basically a scam. Haven't seen anything like it. Oh, what's up, Nicole? Yeah, we started shorting some Huma. What was their revenue again? 500,000? Well, the problem with CoreWeave is one of the ways they got to being the biggest GPU cloud was through debt. So they've issued lots of debt. And being public allows them to kind of convert some of that debt to equity. So hopefully they do that. Yeah, we saw that CoreWeave CEO there. AMD lady. Oh, you know, an AMD CEO. Show some respect, Nicole. You're always welcome here, Nicole. Alejandro posting yet another W. Yeah, no, I'm a Buffetholic. Buffetologist. It's just yeah, frustrating. I don't know, Marco, that's a good one. If you can find cheap vol to hedge, you should do that, but well, I do pharma, which is a very hard, well, different business to value. It's not hard, I'd say, but I don't know what to make of Teva yet, so I'm still looking at it. But could be very exciting. I think a lot of people are hoping or expecting that new drug could be a $5-10 billion drug. I don't know. Yeah, I try not to trade options if I can help it. They're kind of weapons of financial destruction. It's not the way I would think about it, Nicole. Drug companies their drugs only last a short period of time, 5-10 years. You don't have to worry about the long haul with any drug company. Oh, Baggy found a new stock? Little Baggy. Baggy's in blockchain now. CLSK. Little Baggy blockchain. Oh, Bitcoin mining. We're gonna mine Bitcoin like we mining gold. What do you call him, Nick? Alejandro's a Mag 7 guy who wants to be a baggy. Thanks, Optimus. Sign up for Godel Terminal, godelterminal.com. Fuck it. What the fuck you just say, Vlad? So you can what? You in my house, Vlad. Crimson, you might want to learn what the enterprise value is before you look at the PE. I don't like Take-Two. Man, then go follow him. Fucking Vlad. This fucking guy. Fuck wrong with you, bro? I don't know. He seems to be crushing it. Oh yeah, Raul? Tell you what, Raul, go click the little X button, okay? How about that? Click the little X button. I'm going to teach you how to do that. Press Alt F4. Now you're learning. Part of my feelings. I'm very sensitive. Burry is not worth paying attention to. Please pay attention to better investors than Burry. You know, there's like actual billionaire investors. You could look up their portfolios. It's like actually people worth paying attention to. Funny to you, maybe. It's like going to the park and watching some 7-year-olds play basketball, and you're sitting there like a Knicks fan at the playoffs. Like, oh shit, Little Jimmy. Oh, you saw Little Jimmy's move. Oh man, you got it. You got the Little Jimmy jersey. Little Jimmy doesn't even have a jersey, but you got his jersey. Oh shit! You see how he crossed him up? Little Jimmy with the underhand. Oh man, he did that. He hit the underhand shot. Don't worry about Burry. I watch Burry and Pelosi. I go to the park and watch the 7-year-old kids play basketball because they're better than Jordan. What else? What other good examples of this? Bob Ross, best painter of all time. Happy Little Trees, baby. Billy Mays. Well, Paulson's different. Paulson made a lot of money, man. But yeah, it seems like all three of these guys had the 08 curse. They got the financial crisis right, and none of these guys made money after. It's crazy. It's a little nuts if you think about it. I don't know if it's a curse. It's a curse. Cassandra Curse. Man. You can't do a PE ratio on a company that's levered. You got to do EV to E ratio. Jesus Christ. It's 5 times earnings, yes, after they pay 10 turns of net income. These companies haven't been around that long, say like. They're like 2-3 years public. Yeah, I think GTA will disappoint and the valuation's just too crazy. The stock assumes that GTA will be, that 6 will be like so big as it's like bigger than any game we've ever seen. Which, you know, it might, but that's a crazy probability. It's more than priced in. It's like 150% priced in. They might get more than they might get $120 out of each player. We don't know. Up 39%. Yeah, this market's driving me crazy, man. What the fuck? How? How, Sway? Well, they've partnered with Sanofi on TLA. Yeah, D-Wave was a beverages company that pivoted. Yeah, the problem with most of these most large companies is they don't want to take risks to reinvent when you have a cash cow, so to speak. Yeah, they reverse merged a privately held quantum company into QCI. Who's Strauss? We're making it, Raul. Oh yeah, I know this guy. Yeah. He used to come to our office when I worked at Tiger Cup. Oh shoot, sorry guys. You don't need this camera. Pain, I feel like I want to throw up. I almost ended the stream just now. I don't want you guys to see me in this condition. I worked at a Tiger Cup. Oh, this plate tectonics. This is the D-Wave baggie in the chat. What's up? Big D-Wave fan? Like that annealer? Oh, Charles Payne? Oh boy. I'm gonna give that guy some glasses after this shit. A lot of generic companies have tried, lad. But you need to go watch Alejandro's YouTube, man. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me, buddy. You on Alejandro's team. You wait. You think annealing's a real thing? You think people do annealing? I'm sensitive. You think that's like a real practice? What? My man, I can prove to you annealing's fake in 10 minutes. This is a website called Archive. Have you heard of it? Great. Quantum annealing. Uh-huh. Okay, have you ever read any of these papers? Oh yeah? Interesting. Have you ever seen quantum speedup? Okay, you wrote Los Alamos and Penrose. Those are not complete thoughts. Penrose has nothing to do with quantum. Jesus Christ. You could link me some interesting videos. Ah, of course. I like it when baggies put on the lab coat and pretend they're scientists. You know, everyone laughs at Penrose, right? Yeah, that's true, Hoop Fan. That's true. Oh, Eden. What's up, man? Pretending. Was I pretend chemist when I filed my chemistry patents? While IQLS demonstrates strong scalability, successfully solving problems up to 175 features on a D-Wave annealer, its runtime is currently dominated by remote access latency and queue delays. This shit never works, bro. In every paper, it's like it either doesn't work or they're like, yeah, you know, we tried it, but unfortunately, due to this and this problem, we couldn't do it. Next time. Every time we try to benchmark it, something goes wrong. It's very slippery. Here's a classic idea. These guys trying to compare versus classical. Ooh. It looks like this thing, regular computer, beat the shit out of D-Wave. You guys see this? And they borrowed the Jülich computer. That's the $15 million computer. So now D-Wave's not going to have any customers because everyone's just going to use that one. Bro, this is insane. You guys see this? This is a regular computer, the orange. Okay. The green and blue are D-Wave's computers. Meanwhile, the green is supposed to be their new one. Doesn't look any better. And this is runtime, 50 milliseconds. The regular computers are close to 0. Come on, man. Stop playing with me with this. Stop fucking playing with me, man. The classical algorithms solve the QUBOs quickly. Our results show that the current generation of quantum annealers still face significant challenges in scaling. Oh, jeez. Bro, to be worth, you understand that using a single PC versus a $15 million computer, you're not changing complexity classes. You just add more compute. You don't need a quantum computer, dude. There's no problem that hard. Thank you for the baggie. Thanks for the baggie. These guys borrowed the Jülich machine, ran an experiment, and showed it didn't work. Come on, man. Look at this shit. I'm going to email those authors because I want to know what PC they used. Now I'm pissed. Come on, man. D-Wave say they didn't do it the right way. Oh my god, the D-Wave annealer began to fail for very small sizes of N. Wow. This is nuts. And these are Germans that did this, I believe. No, these are Americans. Maybe some Germans? Polish. These are a Baltimore and Poland team. University of Maryland. It's vicious. I gotta write these authors and see what system was used. Look at the first reference, Mike and Ike. I've read so many of these papers. Like, this is just the latest one. They all say the same thing. They don't fucking work. Oh my god, it's so bad, dude. We utilized D-Wave QPU and then this. This is a simulator. Bro. The QPU was effective for small problem sets. It's less efficient for larger problems. Bro. ILP with Gurobi, that's normal computing. A deeper exploration of why quantum fails. You don't know anything about me, BRB. You know how much capital I have or have put in this situation? You have no fucking idea. Spy, people have tried. It didn't work.
Okay, so Teva. There's a couple ways to look at Teva, but mostly we're thinking about how to value the base business, which probably the best way to look at it is TTM operating income, but the cash flows, maybe TTM pre-tax. Yeah, it's probably cheap because you're getting this drug, which could be quite big, but they also share it. Politic, you can't make the rule from the exception. Well, you know, Ken Griffin started a hedge fund out of college. You can too. You're going to succeed. Probability of success 0.0001%. Has it happened before? Yes. Is it going to happen again? Probably also yes. Will it happen to you? No. Nice logic. Logic abusers. Most hedge funds are started by people in their 40s, but starting in that career, sure, plenty of people do it too. Most people have a career in other industries. Oh, here's ASW's dumbass. When D-Wave goes to 3, ASW's gonna be like, I sold at the top. What are you talking about? I sold at 16. I wouldn't call anybody else a kitty given your portfolio size, by the way. I was going to bring that up, but you know, I wouldn't insult other people when you're trading that much. Well, it is until you say that other people are quote unquote kiddies. That means that you're smarter and bigger than them. But if you're only trading with $250,000 or $1 million,
I wouldn't be throwing stones when you live in a glass house. Oh, Ken is fighting the tape. Anybody can short. There's no special requirement. Yeah, I think it's like poker. It was always easier to make money. You're in contact with me right now, comrade. Comrade Sheeb. Why would I want to be in contact with a comrade Sheeb? $23 million leverage trade? Or 23 million notional? Well, 23 million notional, meaning leverage. No, we changed our mind. We hate Sarepta. No, comrade, I appreciate it, but no thank you. I'm pretty busy with my own life. I don't like United Health. I'm not going to the game. Yeah, no, I mean, you can leverage 100x on Binance. I think their limit is 125x. No, there is leverage limits in the US. They're specifically governed by CFTC. I guess what you're describing is a hedge fund. I can't imagine only being long only. Doesn't make any sense. Not every long short fund has gotten crushed. This is a bagel with cream cheese. Well, there's a free tier. You can just use the free tier. Let's go. Yeah. Chat will be improved soon. We're working on Chat 2.0. All right, guys. Another painful week. We'll get them next week. Until then, see you on Discord, see you on Godel. Feel free to message me. I'm gonna take some headache medicine to lie down. Adios, guys.